We bring you the latest developments, key voices, and more from across the country. 24-hour, 360 coverage from your national broadcaster, UBC Television. I'm Lorene Masika Kazimoto, and I'm not alone this afternoon. I'm together with my colleague,
Brian Tumwine Biaruhanga, and we are going to give you a 360 coverage from the north, east, central, and western Uganda.
Indeed. Good to have you
on
the team this afternoon.
Me too, to have you here.
Now, just give me an update. How is your movement from home, your experience from home until the workplace? Because I know every Ugandan, most, or I would say some, have cast their vote so far, and more are still to come. Give your own personal experience.
Now, when I was coming in the morning, what I noticed was 3 trucks that had the Electoral Commission materials being delivered. I saw them in the morning as I was making my way to UBC. Yes.
Mine was a little later, because you told me you came in a little earlier than the voting began. A little later. Some areas that I passed this morning had a few people in line, and from the chats or the talks that I was hearing, or the small whispers, there was a little bit of a delay because of the BVVK, the kids. But nonetheless, I did pass the one that was just opposite us here at Crested Towers. I did see people actually, you know, participating and doing their civic duty to vote. Tonight, or today, we are casting our votes for 3 positions, because the number 1 position is the president's the president's sport, which is the highest in the country.
Indeed.
And then the others?
Then that is the directly elected members of parliament and the women representatives
of parliament.
Yes.
All right, Brian and I will be giving you updates as they come from, of course, our teams that are spread out across the country. And we do welcome you into our spread. Well, Brian, you can start us off. Okay.
Now, President Museveni has already voted, that is in Rachtura. President Museveni blamed some elements in the Electoral Commission for failure of the BVVK machines on the election day. Now, President Museveni stressed that the kits needed both an operator and presiding officer to work effectively. Let's take a look at what happened in Rachtura as candidate Museveni for the National Resistance Movement casted his vote.
All right, now as you can see right there, in line, the president is in line to ready to cast his vote, and that was recorded earlier. It was around, I think, Branch was around, I think, 11:30 when the president arrived in Rajtura.
Towards midday.
Towards midday, yes, to cast his vote.
Yes.
And I mean, he's leading by example, as you can see. No special treatment, in other words, because of course you'd imagine that the president would come on site and he's the first person, whoever's there has to first stand still, and he's the first person in line to cast his vote. But you can see Yoweri Kaguta Museveni being exemplary and, you know, standing in line and waiting his turn. And you can also see the polling agents there, you know, and polling officials doing their job, having the biometrics kit out and you know, playing their part in this voting process. I actually do see that as very, very remarkable of him as an individual, and also him as a leader, you know. So
President Museveni has, over the years, been an exemplary leader, and that shows you that actually one of the issues he stressed out, he thanked Ugandans for coming out and exercising their civic right of voting their leaders.
And that's the most important thing. And of course, we also do encourage other Ugandans, you know, to also take up their mantle and also exercise your civic duty, your civic right. Come out and vote. You still have time. We still have about, like, what, 3 hours to closing time, as closing time is 4 p.m.
Yes. You should be in the line by 4 p.m. Yes.
All right.
That is when you will be able to cast your vote.
Interesting. And after the president voting, he was able to engage with the media. Yes, and he did have a lot to say. You know, of course, after thanking the Ugandans for coming out in large numbers, he also had a Q&A with the media, with the media generally.
Yes.
We also have that footage here, which we're going to show you in a bit.
Sunset Mirage responds to Palm Jabal Ali. The dialogue between architecture and nature is not imitation, but respect. Every opening, courtyard, and walkway is intentional. Spaces are protected from the heat. Welcome natural airflow and capture outlooks that feel effortless, yet never imposed. I designed Sunset Mirage not as a simple structure, but as a home attuned to Palm Jabal Ali.
And monitored. Secondly, education. Abana babo kusoma. Abana babana kusomera bwerere. Free education. We've been having problems. Bano bana soma ko abombyaro tebafanya nnyo kuba soma. So this time really I went to the Bazukuru to support me, and we really implement free education in government schools. Then Amadagara Marwaro, there's a problem there which must be sorted out. Immunization is doing well. Amadagara Marwaro Garnechizu. Then the other issue would be water for drinking and for production. Many people are now doing, under PDM, they are doing Nkoko, Zomchiyumba, Mbizi, Mbuzi, so they need water near the house. So water is number 4. Then finally, the corruption. Corruption is a big issue. And it creates injustice. Then there's the issue of land evictions. Chibataka. That's another big issue. For the smaller people, nze lyange ettaka lyange tewala basobola kulitwala kubanga nesobola. I'm able, I'm informed, I can hire lawyers so I can defend my land, but the small people have a problem. Betulina okulwanako. And then finally, enguudo z'omubyalo. Those roads must be, the tarmac roads must be kept well, and the maram roads also must be kept passable. Two final questions.
Your Excellency, nze ngenda kubuuza mu Luganda. Yenze Mukiibi Jamiru Kyabasinga. Nkola ne Delta TV tukole. Tukuyozayoza Your Excellency gy'otambulidde yonna eggwanga lyonna ng'ofeffetta akalulu akanaakuzza mu ntebe ekisanja kyo ekirala ekyamazima kampeyini eno obadde tokuba bukubi kampeyini wabula obadde otambula osomesa abantu.
Yes, siri mu kampeyini ibi byammwe
obadde osomesa abantu
munkolera ki? What I'm the one who is menyeka ku lwammwe. So I go to help you to see for yourselves, not me. Me, I need nothing from you. Sina kinetaaga byonna mbirina wano.
Tukuyozayoza Your Excellency.
So when I go to see such a large crowd of my people to say, oh yeah, what? God will not like it. When I get a chance, mbasomesa.
Your Excellency, tuli wano bannamawulire twatambula naawe okuva eruweero nga tukwetegereza era okunoonyereza okwo kwenkugambye tukukoze wamu. Bannamawulire abatambula naawe okuva eruweero bakusaba nti.
That is President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni talking to the media earlier today in Rachtura. And now back to Kampala. At 10 a.m. today, the voting exercise had begun at Mbuya Barracks with several eligible voters turning up, including the Minister for Works and Transport, General Katumba Wamala. After casting his vote at Mbuya polling station, General Katumba Wamala commended the residents of Mbuya for maintaining peace during the exercise. He called on the public to remain calm while voting and encouraged those who have not yet voted to turn up and exercise their civic right, emphasizing that participation in the election is a national duty. We have more.
When you open it,
Fellow Ugandans have just participated in my expected normal duty of voting. Come here to vote at my voting polling station, and I was very happy to see the turnout of the people. I think it shows that many people have now understood the role of each one has in ensuring that the country goes forward. So I would appeal to those who have not yet turned up or who have not gone to their polling centers, please go and cast your vote. It's your duty, it's your national duty to participate in electing the leaders who will propel our country into the future. Thank you.
From now, we head to Makerere, Kavule. By around 7:30 a.m., voting officials and observers were already present at the polling station in Makerere, Kavule. Although the voting equipment arrived on time, the commencement of polling was delayed due to mechanical issues after the machines reportedly jammed. By the time voters had already lined up, including polling agents representing both the parliamentary and the presidential candidates, residents at the polling station expressed dissatisfaction with the delay, saying it disrupted the voting process and caused unnecessary inconvenience. Let's take a look.
Amanya nze Semakadde Hussein, omutuze wa Kibezo, omulonzi wa Kibezo era omukulembeze zone eno. Ekyamazima okulonda kutandise bulungi, ebintu bizze mu budde, tebiruddeewo, bituuse, kakati abantu batandise okulonda. Abantu bakakkamu, abantu buli kimu bakikutte bulungi, ab'ebyokulonda basomeseza bulungi abantu, polling stations ngeri bazigabanyamu naye abantu bagenze bazimanya, kubanga bwe batuuka waliwo babalagirira genda olondera wali, genda olondera wali, genda olondera wali. So n'olwekyo tusaba tukubiriza n'eggwanga lyonna abantu balonde bulungi, tukubiriza abantu bonna mu ggwanga lyonna abantu bakume emirembe, kubanga okulonda tekukoma leero. Kulonda kukya tulina okulonda emitendera egikola ki egiddako. N'olwekyo tusaba abantu bonna mu Uganda balonde bulungi, kubanga tusigala bannayuganda, tusigala tuli ba mikwano, so akalulu tekatwawula. N'olwekyo okulonda tusaba abantu balonde bulungi, okulonda kutambula bulungi.
Shakira nga tuli mu Kibezooni bannange twakedde dda naye obuuma batugamba simanyi tebunatandika, simanyi olina mu kwekyangamu, naye nga twakedde dda tujje tusula akalulu. Bavubuka bannange, bakyala bannange, mwenna abali ewaka twebakira akalulu kojjangu osula akalulu tulonde tumanye nti no kyetulonze kyekyo. Buli omu abe mubativu waali, naye obuuma buleese ebizibu, netiwaaka ekyagaanye. Twakedde dda, kati banaatugamba bagenda tusalayo mangu nga ne tuwaka esoso okwekyanga.
And now into Bwegere at Katumba polling station in Wakiso. Both polling agents and voters were present and ready to vote, but by 7 a.m. the voting equipment had not yet arrived. The village chairperson, Hussein Butaya, expressed dismay over the delayed delivery of the voting material, saying the situation was causing anxiety among the voters who had turned up early to cast their votes.
ebintu obirawo ebijja
yenna ekikwatako kubikozesebwa bibere nga bituuka mu budde abantu balusobola okukola kyokulonda naye ng'embeera tennabeera mbi mu mbeera ya security weyaoka aba security webali n'abalondesa baatuuse dda mu kitundu wabula ebikozesebwa byo bitannaba kutuuka so kyetusaba kimu ebikozesebwa bituuke tusobole okuba nga okulonda kugenda mu maaso
nga si byakulwana tume okudduka bano balwana bano zeeri kyova aba tujjayo buli kimu ekitukwatako
buli kye banakusaba okuze nakyo
nakyo nyize nakyo njagala ki kulonda obuntu bulamu akalulu akatuufu tewali kulwana tewali kuyomba tewali kukola ki kyonna ekinomesa okulonda nkiyina kiri wano kitadda kulonda nga buli kimu nkirese sindaga muntu nasoma n'okusoma empapa zizino buli kimu wekiri njala ndabatemesa okulonda alaba obuzibu
kati ba electoral commission simba sitegeera mulimo gwayo oba bwe tumala okulonda yo neetuula ate eddamu kulonda nga eddamu okuwandiika abakozi nga mu wiiki ya kulonda kuba kati tewali kyeteeseteese nti kino tuli wano tulinga abatamanyi kyakukola
aba kukigenda mu maaso tetumanyi kigenda mu maaso emyaka 5 egiyise bategeka kalulu nga bakimanyi tuyina okulonda bannange tuli kuki byonna babiddamu buto nti ate tulina era kuddayo buto tukole ate ebigenda ate okukyankalanya abantu olunagira nga bagamba abantu tebalina bugumiikiriza.
And that is how the situation looked like in Boyogerere earlier today. Now, as UBC, we do promise to give you a 360 coverage of how the elections are going, or the voting process is going on so far. Now we take you to Zimbabwe, where our reporter Ivan Kahwa is ready to give us an update on what is going on, or how the voting process is going on in Zimbabwe. Good afternoon, Ivan Kahwa. We're happy to have you. Paint us a picture, give us an update on what is happening in Zimbabwe.
Well, from the polling station where Brigadier General Shande has voted from, we then proceeded to Rwemiyaga headquarters polling station, and this specific area is where Theodore Sechikubo, Honorable, votes from. At the moment here, the Honorable has not yet arrived to cast his ballot, but many other voters within the area are already embarking and participating in the exercise to choose the leaders that they want to govern them in the next 5 years. Now I am joined by one of the voters who came very early in the morning to ensure that she exercises her right to vote. Good morning, madam.
Good morning to you. How are you?
I'm good. Kindly tell us your name and briefly explain to us how has the process been for today.
My name is Sala Semsoga. I'm a resident of Rwemiyaga. This is my polling station. So far since morning, the situation has been calm. People are coming slowly, but the problem we have in Rwemiyaga, this is a cattle corridor. That's why the turn up is not okay a bit, because people, they are still grazing their cows, doing their look after them. But meanwhile, hope the turn up will be fine for the meanwhile. Yes.
We have gotten information that some voters have been denied a chance to vote. How true is this information for you who has been here since morning?
It is not true at all. People are free. You know, as you see, the situation is calm. People are coming. Everyone is allowed to vote, to choose his own or her own leader. Yes.
Have you already voted?
Yes.
Now, what shows that you've already voted?
My finger. It is already, I've put the Kanankani.
The Kanankani has now got off.
It has moved off.
So you didn't have to press it so hard so that
I've pressed it, but it has removed.
Okay. So now tell us about the organization of the polling station. And we are told the BVVK machines, has it been working here, or what did you encounter?
No, the machines are not working. Maybe it is a network.
أنا أختار مكرونة العلالي لأنها ما تعجن، حتى بنتي ضبطتها. أنا سنيورة إتقانه، أنا ماما. علالي.
Internet, right now the internet is off. That's why the reason the machine are not working.
So now how are they able to look for your name to ensure that you go ahead to vote?
We have used the register only, yes, and the voter slip, yes.
Okay, well, that is the information from one of the voters, but she will still keep here because tuli nawo n'abolulimi Oluganda wali ku Star TV era twagala tutandikire wali nyabo wakedde ku makya okujja okwetaba mu kalulu kano kulona omukulembeze oba bakulembeze boyagala okufuga emyaka 5 tubulireko enteekateeka ogisanze otya olunaku olwaleero.
So far amanya gange Sala Semusoga enteekateeka tebadde mbi naye lwakuba nti tanapo ntono nga lw'emiyaga bwe tugimanyi nti kato kolido nsi y'abalunzi abantu bali mu kwesera omusana mungi nnyo naye abantu bajja mpola mpola okubanga bakozesa omukisa ogwabaweereddwa okubanga balonda abakulembeze agaga bagenda bafuga emyaka 5 tanapo ntono naye ng'abantu bajja.
Tubulireko bwe watuuse wabadde osuubirawo akakuuma ke bayita BVVK waliwo register tubulireko olwo otuuse.
Akauma nadde nkasuubira kubanga badde bakoogera nti kalina okubaawo naye tutandiseka bitlate olw'okubanga akuuma kabadde kaganya okukola paka tufunye directives wetuwulidde directives okuva mu EC nga justice byabakama agamba nti balonde nga tewali buuma era essaawa zino tuli mukozesa register zezitukozesezza.
Kakati kiki ekiraga nti gwe omaliriza okulonda?
Bwe tumala okulonda ogenda n'ofuna oyiro wali ne bakuteeka mu kigalo. Yes.
Ekigalo kyonna ndaba tekuli kintu.
Kwekiri.
Totubuzeebuze.
Sisobola kubabuzaabuza.
Kakati olinawo obubaka bwonna bw'ogamba abantu abali eyo gwe nga omulonzi yeenyigidde mu nteekateeka eno?
Mpozi nkunga bannalw'emiyaga yonna abandaba ku TV yonna gye muli nga temunnatuuka ku polling station zammwe muveeyo mumaze okwesera ente muveeyo mujje mulonde akalulu. Tewali lunaku mbw ate bwe bagenda bongezaayo enkya weziwera essaawa ez'okulozinga bagenda kubanga bakulozinze. So mbakwowola mwenna gye muli muveeyo mulonde abakulembeze abagenda bakulembera emyaka 5.
Kituufu wabaddeyo biyitiŋŋana nti waliwo abaganiddwa okulonda?
Tewali tebalimba n'okulimba tewali muntu gwe baganye kulonda. Omuntu ali free nga bw'obalabeera ku layini bw'obalaba omuntu ali free okujja n'alonda omuntu gw'ayagala n'amala n'adda ewaka. Yes, era lw'ensonga olaba amala okulonda nga adda waka ng'amateeka we gatulagiddwa. Yes.
Temugenda kubeerawo ko mulinde ebiddirira okubala?
Ekyo ebiseera ebisinga ffe abantu beno tuli bagonvu. Bwe batugamba nti mulonde mudde ewaka tulonda ne tudde ewaka era kati abantu boolaba era olaba buli alonda adda waka. Yes.
Kale twenyanza nnyo nyabo. Well, oyo y'omu ku balonzi b'omu kitundu kino mu maaso kokkaawo ngenda kunoonya akulira ba polling agency muyite presiding officer mu kitundu kino tusobole okuwayamuko naye tulabe nteekateeka ki ze babadde nazo. Then oluvannyuma kaawe mabega njogeddeko ne Honorable Thedros Ekikubo nga mubuuza ku kiki ekigenda mu maaso antegeezezza nti abantu be babaganye okulonda era nabadde ngezaako okumufuna nsobole okuwayaamu naye wabula ntegeezezza nti nziremuko munoonyeekokko mu maaso eyo ate naye atubulire sayidi ye eya story tugitegeere ku lwaki atugamba nti nno abalonzi abamu baganiddwa okulonda naye nga wano okulonda kugendera ddala maaso bulungi era nga ng'enteekateeka bwe zaabadde eri waliwo akabokisi k'abakulembeze b'eggwanga waliwo akabaka ba Parliamentary abasajja oba abeekalakalira then waliwo akabokisi k'ababaka abakyala abeesimbyewo mu constituency eno. Ku budde buno ngenda kukomaawo wabula gye buddako mu maaso eyo nja kuba mbabuulira ate ebirala bye nnaaba nfunyeewo nga njogeddeko n'atwala oba akwanaganya abakulira abalondesa mu kitundu kino.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Kahwa. Ivan Kahwa is one of our reporters who is on ground in Sembabule district, bringing us to speed. Now let's head to Bweyogerere in Chireku. At Chireku Health Center 3 Bweyogerere, there was a high voter turnout, but to their dismay, the voting materials were not delivered on time, according to Press Time. Let's take a look at what happened in Chireku.
Bakaru iyo nyabo wange ate manyi simanyi nange wera naffe tulinda bulinzi wana bajje wano batuwangulize twagala kulonda
Mbere eri wano nange sinaba kugitegeera bulungi kuba sinazze wano ssaawa 12 sinabalawo bokisi n'emu etuuka wadde ennema ninze tulinze abantu bonna tetwagala gamba nti oba kimbeera tuteekawo mbeera twagala kulonda tuve wano mu mirembe buli omu agende gy'agenda nga amaze olonda gyembeera eriwo wano.
Embeera eri wano si nnungi, kyetwasuubira kye baatugamba si kye bakoze. Baatugamba ssaawa emu tuli mu ssaawa 3 tetunnafuna wadde bokisi enjatifu oba ennema. Tuli wano abantu abasukka mu 2 oba mu 3 tetunnalabako yadde ekigenda mu maaso. Tetwagala kumenka batufunemu obuzibu, twagala batukolere ekintu kye twagala tulonde tuve wano kye tusaba.
Yes, indeed. The UG polls, today is the 15th of January 2026, and Uganda decides its future today when it comes to the president, the directly elected members of parliament, and the district woman representative of parliament as well. Brian, as we've been reading these stories, we have cited a couple of common irregularities in some of the parts of the country, and that has been either the failure of the BVVK machines at these different polling stations. I know that we have a response to that issue, which we will definitely be playing later on today. But I could hear the frustration of some of the voters, the potential voters will be voters in general. I could feel the frustration in them. You know, they're there. Most of them woke up early to vote, and probably they had their other, you know, businesses of the day. Probably go home and rest, because remember, today and tomorrow are public holidays. But also, still, we also have the business people as well who would prefer, after voting, as you saw some of our colleagues telling us as they walked into office, that I'm from voting, I'm done here, and now we are, you know, back in office. How do you feel about that kind of situation as a Ugandan?
I would really say that if someone wakes up in the morning and goes to do their civic duty of electing their leader, and then the machine doesn't really work, they will feel disappointed.
Absolutely.
Yes, but at a certain stage, we saw the EC boss, Justice Simon Byabakama, coming out and saying that voting should go on manually.
Exactly.
They should use the registers,
the voter registrar,
to do the voting. And this election, the registered voters are 21.6 million eligible voters.
And that is an increase from the previous general elections, which is a good thing actually for Uganda.
In 2021, the registered voters were about 18 million.
18 million.
18 million. And what really surprised so many people was the number of invalid votes. The invalid votes were about 390,000. That is really, really too much.
That's a lot. Yes, that's a lot.
And the number of registered voters then in 2021, about 10 million people came through to vote. Came through to vote. But we really encourage Ugandans, those who haven't yet made it to the polling stations, wherever you are, please go and queue in the lines, because if 4 p.m. finds you in the queue, you'll have a right to vote.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Brian, for that. We take you back to Zimbabwe, where Ivan Kahwa is on standby and ready to give us another update on what's happening on ground. Over to you, Ivan Kahwa.
Well, we have talked to one of those who have successfully voted this morning, and we have heard the story from that lady. But now I am joined by the presiding officer of this specific polling station, and we want to have an interaction with him to be up to speed with what has been happening since morning, this day of the 15th of January 2026, when Ugandans are voting for the presidents and as well as the members of parliament. It is today that Ugandans will decide who should govern them in the next 5 years. Sebo, tubulireko ku manyago n'ekitundu kino kye tuli mu polling station gy'otwala.
Amannya agange Kitibwa Mulindwa Robert, nze presiding officer owa ono Rwemiyaga sub county from alphabet NAB to Z. Mpozi
kugamba alphabet NAB to Z oba otegeeza ki?
Tandikira ku bantu abamanya NABUL okutuuka ku Z. Tulinawo wano polling station bbiri nga we musobola okulengera wali. Eri etandikira ku A paka ku NABUL. Kati eri weekoma wano weetandikira.
Kati wano nga tetunagenda maaso. Kati wano ndoza Dan soko tulageko wali eri. Tulaba wali okulonda kulinga bamaliriza baweddewo kiki?
Ensonga ebaddewo, abantu babaddewo nga bangi mu ntandikwa, naye ne batuuka ne bazira okulonda ne baddayo lwa nsonga waliwo ffe tetutegedde kituufu bwe kivudde. Basanze ng'ensonga gye bawa tibalina obululu bwe basanze mu box nga tebannatandika kulonda. Kati abantu bo ne bazira era ne baddayo naye nga babaddewo kyova olaba turn-up kati ntintono.
Kati gwe nga
wano polling station eyaffe yeebadde fine, tekubaddeeko nsobi yonna yonna, naye abantu bonna bazizeewo bagambye olaba wali bakozewe batyo naffe tetujja kulonda, era ne baddayo era twakatandika kati okulonda.
Kati gwe wabaddewo tulaba gwe presiding officer, ensonga ze bayogeddeko wali eri nti basanze obululu olwedde buli mu bubokisi, ensonga ezo gozoogerako kitwagala otutangazeemu otubulire ekituufu ekiriwo gwe ng'abadde ku ground.
Nze ground gyensinga okuba nga mbaddeko eno my respective polling station eri mbirengedde bulengezi naye nga simanyi butuufu bwabyo, era n'abantu bonna n'abange abalondera ku eno polling station eyange bagenze lwa nsonga eyeri ne bagenda ne bagamba tebagenda kulonda, era bonna ku makya babadde bajjudde nnyo ne bagenda, era kati tulinze wano abajja mpola mpola. Era walaba turn-up ntono, obudde buno abantu baali badde nga bangi, naye ng'ensonga ey'eri polling station nze sigirinaako buyinza, era njogera ku eno polling station eno eyange.
Twogere ku buuma obuyambako okulondesa bu BVVK. Experience yo ebadde etya naddala nga gavumenti yagamba ku mulundi guno tugezeeko okukozesa tekinologiya okwanguyako okulonda, tunnyonnyoleko bitambudde bitya?
Ku kya tekinologiya bu BVVK machines obwo naffe bwatusobedde, tutuuse kale staff yonna yatuuse mu budde bayisaawo emu ffenna twabadde weetuli, naye BVVK operator yagenze okuopeninga ka machine nga tekakkiriza ne kagaana, bumashini bwonna bwaganye, newebeeri polling station machine yaganye, ne tubeera delayed for almost 3 hours. Kati zisaawe bwe zimaze okuyitawo tufunayo abamu abatuwabudde ne bagamba tukozese registers, ali mu register ajja alonde. Kati ate ne tufuna n'ekizibu nti abali mu register abamu abasinga baaganye ne baddayo ne bazira okulonda. Kati era obwedda tuli mu kwegayirira bano abaliwo bajje, kuba tulina okuba n'abaggulawo abantu 10 nga balina national ID mu register nga mwebali. Abo betusookerako betutandika nabo ne tulyoka tuopeninga polling station. Era eyange mbadde naakaopeninga katikati, naye era naakaopeninga naye era mulaba ekiriwo abantu bonna tebaliwo. They are not cooperating.
Bwenzija nga ndi mulonzi nenkizuulira wano nti si we nnina okulondera, naye nga nze nkimanyi ndi registered, omuntu ng'oyo mubadde mukwasaganya mutya?
Bw'abanga alina akakonge nga kalaga nti si wa wano, tumugamba agende kweyo polling station gy'alina okulonderako. Kale ogwo gwabadde mu mulimo gwa BVVK machine, naye kati obudde buno tutaataaganyizibwamu lwa nsonga naffe tetuli kompyuta. Omuntu omunnyonnyola ekintu naye n'agamba nze nnondera wano, tolina bwonkakasa nti sirondera wano. Ate waliwo ne cases ze tusanze ng'alina akakonge kalaga nti ka wano naye nga mu register nga taliimu, ate ng'etteeka litugamba kukolera ku register. Oli ne waba alina endagamuntu ne waba alina akakonge naye nga mu register taliimu, oyo tubadde tetumukkiriza kumuwa kalulu. Era bwe tutambula bwe tutyo tutambulira ku mateeka.
Abalonzi nga bameka abakajja ku polling station eno okulonda?
So far ndabika naakafunayo abalonzi nga bagenda mu 20 nze nganze kwasa kulimba. As you can see, ba witnesses nga 10 then n'abalala nga 10. Mpozi kati ne wana wabanga weyongeddeko nga bana mu budde wano wembadde nze okukola interview, naye nze wali mbadde nga mbalaba nga naakafunako nga 2.
Nga polling station eno eriko abalonzi nga bameka bw'otunula mu register?
Mu register abalonzi basoba mu 5. Era abana ba electoral commission bakama baffe bagenda osindika obululu baba ba estimatinze toto y'abalonzi abali ku kyalo, kuba batuwadde ballot papers 5 kitegeeza abalonzi batuuka mu 5. Ne ku lw'ekiri kyabaddewo ku makya kirabika kye kyabatiisiza ne bazira ne bagenda. era abamu balaga nti basaidiemu bebazze balonde abalala bonna baganye era mukiraba polling station sigamba nti budde bwakawungeezi zino saawa 5:45 naye temulaba kitekinga press wekiri
kale tuyanziza ssebo ngaogira olindalindako ku balonzi abalala kansubire bwe banatuuka eyo banakyusa mu ndowooza ne bajja okulonda. Well, that is the update coming in from this specific polling station, and from what he has been narrating to us, for those who get to be convenient with the English language, he has told me that some of the voters who arrived at this specific area do allege that they found when the ballot boxes are already having ballot papers, and they decided to retrieve and go back wherever they have gone back, confirming that some of the people have not voted from this specific area. Earlier on, I talked to Honorable Theodore Sechikubo because he votes from this specific area, and he told me that they have not voted because his voters have been denied the chance to vote. For now, these are still allegations, and I had wanted to speak to him earlier on, but he has told me that I should look for him in about an hour or 2 hours. So expect an update from the side of Honorable Theodore Sechikubo, and right from where we had been from Brigadier Rashande, who successfully voted at the polling station where he does vote from. As of now, the voter turn-up at this specific area is, according to the presiding officer, only 20 people have so far voted out of 500 voters in this specific area. And one of the ladies we talked to said that the reason as to why the voter turn-up is still low, it is because this is a cattle corridor where people are still busy looking for pasture and water for their animals. But later on, you never know, maybe the number will increase when the people get off their farms, come and exercise their right to vote, and as well move and do other things. And conclusively, from the information that was an advisory from the security agencies and other dignitaries in government advising people that after voting, please go home. From this polling station, those that I've talked to have said once they vote, they will also leave because they are abiding citizens, and they as well tell me this time around that the place has been peaceful and conducive for their operation. That is the update for now, but later on I will be going to other polling stations to ascertain what kind of update, what kind of situation is happening therein. But of course, it is a general problem. The BVVK machines have a shortfall. The Electoral Commission has confirmed this, but has advised that even without the BVVK machines, people should be allowed to vote if they are in the register. But at this polling station, I am also told there are people who have voter location slips, but they are not in the register, meaning some will not vote. However, those who find themselves on a polling station they are not supposed to vote from are advised to go to other polling stations. That is the shortfall that has been recorded here, kind of an inconvenience, but well, I'll still be speaking to some other voters to see what they really have to say about this specific situation today. 15th January 2026, the presidential and parliamentary polls, Uganda decides. Ivan Kahwa, I'm in Rwemiyaga sub-county.
Thank you very much, Ivan Kahwa, who is in Sembabule district, to be specific, Rwemiyaga County. And Brian, he has, of course, cited only 20 people have voted so far, but the good thing is that he is given the reason why, and that is because it is a cattle corridor. People are out in the fields, you know, tending to their cattle. But there's still light at the end of the tunnel. We still have some time. It is just a minute.
About a minute to two. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So they still have about, let's say, 2 hours.
2.5 hours?
As so long as
4
p.m. finds you in the line.
Yes, yes, yes.
You're good to vote.
Actually, earlier on he mentioned about the BVVK machines. In some areas, these machines have worked. So let's take it that it is a systems error. A system error, not failure, because in some areas, in some parts of Uganda, these machines have worked. And that's why the president came out and said that some members in the EC, that is the Electoral Commission, delayed to send in the bio data to the respective areas, so that's why we are having such errors coming in.
Indeed, and we still have a lot more to share with you, but let's take a very short break and we'll be right back as Uganda decides its future.
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the Biometric Voter Verification Kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
Let me tell you this. One, we start with the Constitution. The Constitution says that the Electoral Commission shall maintain the National Voters Register. Okay? Secondly, when you go to the electoral laws spell out very clearly. One, the Electoral Commission shall maintain the register where all voters will be registered. Secondly, that we shall give the register to candidates. Thirdly, that we shall have a register for every constituency, or which we distribute to every polling station. So the register is the primary document. The mandatory use of biometrics is in a statutory instrument. And for us as lawyers, a statutory instrument cannot override an act of parliament. So an act of parliament has more power, has more authority than a statutory instrument. So now we are saying if the biometrics were supposed to be used mandatorily by way of this statutory instrument, but they are not, we revert to the principal law, which says every polling station shall have a register and all voters at that polling station shall be identified using the manual register. So there is no contradiction at all. There is no contradiction.
Mr. Chair, of course, with this new directive, it simply means there is an expectation of the voting going deep into the night. Had you planned for this?
Well, you see, you always plan for any eventuality. And that's why we say that where possible, polling should stop by 4 p.m. However, and it has always happened, or in some cases it happens, that where polling is not able to end by 4 p.m. on account of one, there were voters in the queue or in the line at the dot of 4 p.m. They should go ahead and vote. Or secondly, there was some interruption at the polling station, all right? Like in this instance, we see there's interruption, there was delayed, and so on and so forth. Again, it is up to the presiding officer, taking into account the circumstances prevailing at his or her polling station, to report to the returning officer that at my polling station, we still have so many people, and we are going to continue voting. The main criteria here, the main factor for emphasis is that no voter should be disenfranchised, provided that voter reports to a polling station before 4 p.m. No voter is going to be disenfranchised. Whether the voting goes on up to what time, we shall handle that, because the issue is the people of Uganda who are registered voters must be given every opportunity to elect their leaders without any distraction.
Speaking about the credibility of the election, can you still say at this stage that the election will be still free, fair and credible exercise across Uganda?
Why not? We have said, and let me repeat this for emphasis, the biometric kit, the sole purpose of the biometric kit was to enable quick identification and verification of a voter and stamp out possible possible multiple voting. That is the aim. The data on the biometric kit is derived or originated from the register. Every voter who is on that register goes on the biometric kit. Any voter who is not on that register will not be on the biometric kit. So the biometric kit is to aid the process of identification. But the process of voting, the citizen exercising his constitutional right, is via the ballot paper. It's via the ballot paper, which process is not going to be interfered with, because to every voter who is on the manual register. So there is nothing, there is as a commission, we are saying what the measures we have taken are still within the law. The register is the primary document, and every voter will be identified using this manual register, and we are going to make sure that no one attempts to come back and vote the second time.
It is mentioned that this problem is commonly in Wakiso, Mukono, and Wakiso, which has high number of voters. Why?
It's not true. I have been since morning, since 6 a.m. I have been on the phone, getting calls from all parts of the country. Karamoja, Eastern Uganda, Western Uganda, Southern Uganda, Northern Uganda, everywhere. We have been made to realize that the problem is everywhere. So I think people need to do to be clarified that it's not only confined to Wakiso or Kampala. No, it is everywhere. You can call any part of the country, they will tell you.
Polling stations where the agents of the candidates are being refused from using the national register that you people provided.
How would they refuse them? For instance, what we expect, the candidates should have issued or given copies of the register of a polling station to their candidates who are assigned to that polling station. The candidate reports to the polling station and hands in his or her letter of appointment or introduction to the presiding officer. The agents are provided for in law, and the agents are entitled to have a register which has been issued by the Electoral Commission. So anyone who attempts to deny an agent from getting to the station with a register is wrong. If it can be, if any such person can be, any polling station has such issues, we shall address them. Every agent is entitled to come to the polling station with a register issued by the candidate. It is not the responsibility of the Electoral Commission to give candidates agents registers at the polling station.
Justice, you appeared not once, not twice. Actually, they mentioned.
Yes.
Oh, Uganda, may God
going to be at the polling stations. We have dispatched them, we have deployed them, but for technical reasons which we are still trying to verify, because now our major focus really is now, and let me make this very clear, our major focus as a commission now is that the people of Uganda who are registered voters are not disenfranchised. That is our major focus now. As to what precisely happened that has made these machines virtually all over not to function, we are going to look into that. But we cannot say, let the people's choice be put on hold until we have sorted out the issue of the machines. We cannot put the desire to have these machines functioning over and above the constitutional right of the people of Uganda to choose their leader, provided they have a legitimate record, and that is the voters' register, in which they participated by registering themselves, by indicating where they want to vote from. So as to what exactly happened, and as to what we promised, yes, we agree with, but this is not the first time we have seen, I have seen people preparing spacecrafts, go to Mars, go to the moon. The thing takes off within a few minutes. What happens? Haven't you seen that?
But it will dent your reputation as the EC.
I think to me, the issue is not the reputation of the EC. The issue is, have the people of Uganda been allowed to exercise their constitutional right in the midst, despite the circumstances, despite the challenges? Have the people of Uganda been allowed to exercise their constitutional right? Have they been enabled to go to the polling station and cast their votes and choose leaders of their choice? To me, that is what is important. It is not what becomes of Yabakama or any of the commissioners is not an issue. That's not important. What is important is for the people of Uganda to exercise their constitutional right and vote their leaders, provided that process is within the legal framework, the Constitution and the electoral laws, the Electoral Commission Act, the Presidential Elections Act, and the Parliamentary Elections Act. And I want to say, as we stand now, all those legal provisions are being complied with in the context or in the context of, is there voters registered at every polling station? Yes, there is. Are there printed ballot papers at polling stations? Yes, they are. Are the people going to be given this ballot? Are these people going to be properly identified? Yes, they are, using the register. Will they be issued the ballot papers so that they can cast their votes? Yes, they are going to be issued those. Sent messages to our people on the ground, and we are saying, please let the people vote, use the register. Kakati kiribo kiti nti okulonda kutandika essaawa emu ne kukomerekezeddwa essaawa 10 si kyekyo yadde tutandise kikeererezi naye bw'ogenda ku polling station nga kati tiri kikugaana kugenda ku polling station mu budde nga kati bw'onoobeera ku polling station lw'okuba nti abantu batandise kulonda kikeererezi nti essaawa zigenda kubeera 10 abantu bakyali mu layini abo bajja kulonda bagenda kulonda naye kakati gwe bw'onojja luvannyuma lw'essaawa 10 so nga ate wandibadde ojja mu budde kati tojja kukkirizibwa kulonda kubanga ekikuleese kikeerereze sigamba nti olw'okubanga obuumu obwakoze eki bwafudde naye kakati tuli mu ssaawa zigenda mu ssaawa 5 message era mwebale nnyo okujja bamawulire mbeebaza nnyo kyemanyi mugenda okutongooza message eno mugisaasaanye wonna nti abantu bakkiriziddwa okulonda kulina ogenda mu maaso abantu bagende balonde kasita bali mu nnyiriri z'abalonzi oba olukalala lw'abalonzi mu register bu polling station balonde essaawa 10 bwezinakusanga tonalonda sebo nnyabo ojja kulonda okulonda kunakomekereza ssaawa 11 mpaka balonzi baweddeyo naye tugamba nti ali okuba nti obuuma bwafudde kati nze sijja kugendayo oba nagendayo ssaawa 11 n'ekitundu tojja kukkirizibwa kulonda sebo nnyabo genda nga bukyali ng'essaawa 10 tezinawera bajja kukkiriza olonde ebintu era nkakasa nti njagala kukakasa abantu ba Uganda nti akalulu kano yadde obuuma ekigendererwa ky'obuuma kyali kiki okigendererwa ky'obuuma kyali otuyamba okukakasa gundi mulonzi ng'ate tukikola mu bwangu ekintu nga tukikola mu bwangu naye bwe kubanga obuuma tibuganye tekitegeeza nti okulonda tikusobola genda mu maaso nedda ate bw'otunulira mu ssemateeka ekintu ekiri mu ssemateeka ye regisita bw'otunulira amateeka go by'okulonda ku bwa pulezidenti okulonda kwa bwa member of parliament okulonda kwa gavumenti z'ebitundu ekiri mu mateeka ago gonna ye register kati register weeri ku polling station zonna abalonzi we bali era bagenda okusooka okumanyira bw'oleeta era bupapula tubagamba nti musobola ogenda mu maaso kujja n'obupapula bwammwe voter location slip oba gundi ndangamuntu yo ogiweeyo kwebere mu register naye kati mu kifo ky'obuyisa ku buuma obuuma engeri gye bugizeemu bubaddemu n'ensonga tugenda kutunula mu register era okulonda kugenda mu maaso bulungi.
Ssentebe kano okwogedde mu luzungu kino tekigenda kuleetera abantu kulowooza nti isinafu akakiiko kanafu kubanga mwaleese obuuma ne butakola kiraga ki?
Kakati ekyo kyonze ku lwange era wenjogerera kati eyo si nsonga nkulu oba akakiiko bakalabanga kanafu oba teekakoze omulimu bulungi. Ekikulu nnyo olw'obuuma obutakola, ensonga nkulu nti bannayuganda baweereddwa omwagaanya, baweereddwa omukisa okulonda abalonzi baabwe nga bwe baagala olunaku lwaleero. Okulonda kugenze mu maaso okusinziira mu mateeka y'ensonga nkulu nnyo. Sigamba nti oba byabakama bamutunulira batya oba bantunulira bubi oba bantunulira bulungi, si nsonga nkulu. Nze Uganda yenye kulembeza singa nga byabakama, kubanga nze byabakama sisinga Uganda obunene ate sisinga Uganda obukulu oba importance. Naye kikulu nnyo kiri nti bannayuganda abaaweebwa obuyinza omusemateeka baweereddwa omukisa wadde obuuma buno bwekyanze oba bufunyemu ebizibu, naye bafunye omukisa ne basobola okulonda nga bukiragirwa mu mateeka oba ne musemateeka. Era nze ngamba ssebo nyabo bwekityo kigenda kubeera.
Nsaba onkongere bannayuganda nga ngenda kumaliriza bannayuganda bonna.
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the biometric voter verification kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm by the names of Robert Onyango. I work with UBC. Congratulations, first of all, for having gone around the entire country for 3 months canvassing for votes. It has not been an easy journey. We saw you under the sunshine, under the rain, but you finally managed and made it to where we are today. Your Excellency, this is the 7th time you are casting the vote under this arrangement where, as a country, Uganda, we choose leaders at all levels. Though we have started with these 2 categories. I'm just removing or setting aside the 1980 elections, which you have always disputed. That's why I have not made it 8. But on the bottom line, Your Excellency, what kind of president have you voted for today? One you'd wish to lead Uganda in the coming 5 years, looking at the demands of our society where service delivery, security, peace and the rest is a core principle of which the NRM party which you lead is running and intending to run the next government. And probably, if you wanted supporters like members of parliament and local leaders, to the voters who have not yet voted, which kind of leaders can they send to you so that you work with them in the coming 5 years? Your Excellency, I will not limit it to there, but just give me 1 second. You have insinuated about what happened in the last elections in 2021. If you can just add it on this, my 1 question. Are you ready this time round to accept the outcome of this election, just in case the opposition once again rise up and manipulate the exercise, as you have always alluded? Thank you, Excellency.
Well, if we had known the manipulation in time, we would have challenged it. But we came to know about it later. We came to know about it post-mortem. But this could be one manipulation. We are going to study more. Like this one here, we're going to find out why, what was the problem. Because I have voted with the machines here, I put my Ugandans all over the world, listen to what I have done here. I'm a good experiment. I'm a good guinea pig. I put my right chinkumu, that's what they call sampling. The machine did not accept it. I put my left, it did not accept it. Why? It could be that when we took them, we used a different angle. When you put an angle to me. But the real decisive factor was the face. My face was accepted by the machine here. So the machine works. And the reason we added the machines, the face, was because people had argued that Africa's thumbprints are eroded by holding the hole. Because they hold the hole that the marks may not be clear. So that's why we added the face. So we don't know whether this was just oversight or part of the manipulation. But we shall study even all the other factors, because we are following so other factors. Now, regarding the president I voted for here, and the member of parliament I voted for people who believe in patriotism. Remember, I've been telling you that. Because as you can see here, all these people here are wealth creators. We don't have many parasites here. Most of the people are wealth creators. They create wealth by cows for milk, cows for beef, and bananas. But these people don't buy my milk. And I also don't buy theirs. Why? Because we have the same products. So who buys our milk? People of Kampala, people like Onyango in Kampala there. They're the ones who buy my milk, who buy my beef, who buy my bananas. So when you see this Banyankwe with the mabati, with the brick houses, the money they are using to build their wealth is from Uganda. So that's why we say, you people who are not parasites, love Uganda. Why? Because you need it for your own good. Nzo muntu wakwata ku Uganda mfirawo. Wao mfirawo. Kulwaki kubanga Uganda kekasiyani kange kwendira munange. Bolaba nzimbe nyumba enungi wano ndi kisaje kikaga ndiawo nange tumunyoma. But because of Uganda. Even in the 1950s, when I went in the school system, I was supported by 3 people, and none of them was a Munyankore. There was a man called Warisimbi Mpanga from Kampala who was buying cows and taking them to Kampala for slaughter. He was a Muganda man. Yagulanga ente zaffe natusasula kaguta namperera mu ssomero. Then there was another Kiganda man kinene bwe kiti Kisiramu from Barara called Bukenya. Yagulanga ente zaffe nazireeta mu Barara mu katale waabwe. 1956, a Mzungu called Share came and started buying our cows, taking them to Kirembe. Kirembe yali etandise. So you can imagine in the 1950s, I went to school because of Uganda buying my cows, my father's cows. So when you say, whom did you vote for? Me, I want the one who loves Uganda. When you come and you tell me about Badama and who are the Onyangos? Basamia?
Yes, Your Excellency, I'm with Samia.
So, Fengaba Samia, Fengaba Ganda, Fengaba Nankore. Zinkugambira nti sitani nvaako. Genda. So this is the one I have voted for, the one who believes in Uganda. But also, the one who believes in Africa. Because even Uganda is not enough. If you see our production now, so big, this milk, these people here, production of milk is 5.3 billion liters. The internal market is only 1 billion. So if we do not have East Africa, this business would have collapsed. This is economy of milk. So kata we tugambira nti Pan-Africanism. Love Africa. Why? Because you need it. So I vote for those. The ones who says Fengaba Ganda, Fengaba Nankole, Ndumunyankole dala, I like my culture. Ndumukugumu culture, naye ebyange private. For politics, it is Uganda, it is Africa. Let's have 3 other questions and I go to Mvumbolga mugende kukola ebyo kana kolgambo kavaawa govaawa. Nkargar kunjiraka. Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. My name is Adam Mayambala, and I work for NBS TV. My question is, over the 90 days of your campaign, a lot of issues have been raised from the locals, and a lot of promises, that you have made. But what is the most critical concern that you see in Uganda that you're going to start with if Ugandans entrust you and vote for you today? And secondly, ku nsonga y'obuuma tubaye twagala president maybe otunyonyoleko mu Luganda abantu baffe abawansi basobole otegeera kyobadde onyonyola.
Oluganda manda gaweddemu. Now, Uganda is very rich now. There are very many rich people. There are about maybe 70% of the homesteads who are in the money economy. That's how, when you go to the supermarkets, many of the products are coming from Uganda now. Sugar is from Uganda.
Life moves fast. Your workout, coffee, ride, lunch, travel, shopping, errands, all the tiny decisions that pile up fast. What if it was just one? Meet Zena Violet. One lifestyle membership with benefits from all the brands you love. Batil Elan, Salt, ClassPass, Unas, Bake My Day, Deliveroo, Yango Rides and Play. Kafu, Washman, Let's Work, NordVPN. And when life takes you to new places, Bali, Riyadh, Beirut, London, zero currency fees wherever you go. With your Violet card. Life is better in Violet.
Transport, Mbaraba, borders, what have you, there are so many. So that one have responded very well. That's why our exports have gone up. Coffee, we are now earning more than $13 billion in export earnings. Now our export earnings are now higher than our import bill. We are importing less than we are exporting. But there is a
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the Biometric Voter Verification Kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
Very good evening to you all, and you are still watching UBC TV. We are coming to you live on air from Broadcasting House here on Nile Avenue, and this is the 2026 general elections that we are giving to you from all angles, from all the areas where our reporters are, giving you everything as it unfolds. And it has been a nice day so far, because what we're getting from the field in as far as polling is concerned is good news. We've not yet heard of any scuffles, and I think this is something that we should really thank for. I am Rukidi Edward Kijanangoma, and this afternoon we are privileged to be joined in the studio to continue with this election coverage, but talking about elections and other things that pertain to the elections, that pertain to this country that we love so much, Uganda. I'm joined by none other than Miss Sarah Kajingo. Miss Sarah Kajingo, most of you know her very well. She's been in your sitting rooms, in your offices, without your permission. But she's with us this afternoon. And Kajingo is the Vice Chairperson, Board of Directors of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and she's also Chair of the Professional Services Sector. Sarah, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Rukidi. Thank you.
And further on my left, is Mr. Ayebare Kenneth. He is Board Director, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and he represents the transport and logistics sector. Mr. Kenneth, welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, and we'll be looking at the elections, but you know very well that there has been a shutdown of the internet, and most of you know that businesses have been affected, but also government is saying this is for security reasons, and definitely we have to abide by what the government says. They have the reasons why that happened, and we'll be looking at that in depth to see what has this done in as far as businesses are concerned in the country. I'll begin with you, Ms. Kajingo. Of course, the internet is down. No TikTok, no Facebook, no nothing. Although there are some people who are still, on the internet. Your take on this? How do you think it has impacted the business community in the country?
Yeah, first, at a personal level, it feels so 90s. I had not slept this long in a long time. So it feels so high school, so 90s, those days without the net. It is so quiet. And the net comes with lots of activity. But of course, as businesses, we are struggling. Take the example of exporters, businesses who export perishables. In order for you to export, you need the connectivity to apply for a phytosanitary certificate in order to comply with the standards of the country you're exporting to. So without the net, you are not. No communication between the farms. Some of these and say the companies you supply around the world. Some of these companies are globally linked, and their contractual expectations are such that you need to feed how much produce, how much production do you have in a day, so you keep them updated. All of that you need connectivity to do so. And so now, what happens to the production that you are unable to export? Is it going to be dumped? That means a loss. Creatives use these digital platforms to create, but also to market. That has been halted. So our view is that, in fact, we are going to write to the Uganda Communications Commission, as well as the joint security agencies, to immediately review restrictions on business critical services, such as that. But also, it would have been our wish to see timely communication to the business sector in terms of what is exempted. Because, majority of Ugandans derive livelihood from the private sector, from businesses, whether the business is small, an SME, or it's a manufacturer exporting. So you can see the losses and the interruption to livelihoods. Otherwise, we congratulate Ugandans on conclusion of a long period of campaigns, and it is our hope that political actors are conscious. They act with a conscientious mind that this is our country, that they don't utter statements that polarize the country, for example. But also, capital, as our chair has always said, flees from danger. It flees from noise. So we have a joint responsibility as Ugandans and as leaders to ensure that the country remains together, but also that we do not utter statements that derail the progress we have registered, that we derail the growth we are setting out for, because if capital flees, if hotel occupancy goes down because of statements that can plunge the country into uncertainty, we don't want that. If hotel occupancy goes down, it means such a hotel will eventually review or scale down the workforce. The staff are your brothers, your sisters, so let's act responsibly, and we hope that, because today of course the internet is off, but on our way here we noticed that the capital is calm, and we hope that we all ensure that we choose peace over conflict, that we choose wisdom over emotions, and that we can conclude these elections peacefully, because stability and security are prerequisites to the thrival of businesses, to the thrival of the private sector, and indeed to our own thrival as individuals.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I'll be coming to you, Kenneth, momentarily, but I'd like to give you a recap. Earlier on, we started our broadcast here by giving you a lot that was happening at different polling stations, and we also saw the president, who actually went to poll not as the president of this nation, but as the NRM, as the presidential candidate for the NRM, that's the National Resistance Movement, and he cast his vote at Karo High School, that is in Rwachitura, Chiruhura district, and of course after he had cast his vote, he had some few minutes to talk to the media, to talk to the world, and of course he described them with a certain word, which most people would not like to hear right about now. But what he said is before the 1980 elections in the country, and what you can see, what you're seeing there on your screen, that is the president ready to cast his vote at Karo High School in Rwachitura, that is in Chiruhura district. And of course he talked to the media, and he said that before 1980, elections in this country were such a disorganized affair that nothing good could come out of them. And of course, you know what happened after 1980. He disputed the elections and he went and did what he had to do. And then the NRM came into power, and since that time, elections have been held, and to a greater extent, we can say that they were good elections. And also, he shed more light on what many people we're actually talking about, and that is the biometric voter verification machines, which had an error. And you also remember that after that, the Electoral Commission chairperson, Justice Byabakama, had to hold a press conference, and he also talked about that. But the president, one thing that we picked from what the president said is that the Electoral Commission, this machine is manned by one person. And so, where there were some errors, the president said that the EC had delayed to send the biodata of the person manning the machine, and that is why there were delays, and at times the machines could not, perform, and that is what we can say we picked from the president. But also he congratulated Ugandans, upon going out there and expressing their constitutional right to vote, to vote the people that they want to be their leaders in for the next 5 years, and that is something good. But also, if you're still watching us and you have not yet gone to vote, please just go and vote, because the polls close at 4 p.m. and from what I see right now, we still have an hour and about 17 minutes before the polls close. So you need to rush, go and vote. Exercise your constitutional right as a Ugandan. Coming back to you, Mr. We've got some of the things that have been affected, and probably, Mr. Ayebare, you can shed some light. The logistical part of it. There is a lot that is done maybe at the customs, and this needs internet. It needs, that system to be operational. What can you say? What do you see as, the repercussions as far as this is concerned? Talking logistics.
Thank you so much, Mkidi. First of all, I would say that I'm happy that Uganda has reached a day that we've prepared for almost a year. This is something not easy. And as per the hours have gone so far, we haven't had major issues that we've seen, maybe if I'm not informed. But at least from the information I've been seeing, we have not yet, and we are very hopeful that we'll have a very peaceful election. Coming back to what has been affected, you know, we are an import country and largely a landlocked country. So we depend on the port of Mombasa and Dar es Salaam. And for us to enter into Uganda or go out of Uganda with exports and imports, we still will need to do what we call entries, inform URA that we have this that is going out. We have this that is coming in. So basically all those activities are now on hold. The planning was for URA as URA to continue working, but then what we did not maybe look at was that information that URA gets is from the public. So as URA also continues with a network, maybe a sustainable network that is working, maybe with us, they will finally get nothing to work on because it should have come from us. So most of the businesses basically in this 21st century depend on internet. We surely are on hold for imports and exports. Although entries that had already been captured before internet was off, trucks have continued coming in, and though they are coming in, but nothing is being done. They cannot be off-roaded, and we cannot road out exports. The biggest effect is on goods that are perishable, mostly flowers and fruits. Those now we are facing a very big challenge, and we would have planned better. So most of them are stuck, because for you to export, for example, flowers like Chair said, you would need to have a physiosanitary certificate. But this document, even a certificate of origin, but this document is applied for online. If you realize, government for many years has been rolling out all these activities to go online. So if now you put us off and then the ones at the receiving end remain online, then it simply means that they are also not going to receive anything. So most of those are stuck. However, this is probably something temporary. I would not say it's for the bad, because we might be stuck for 3 days but preventing being stuck for a year, because we've seen countries that are totally not trading. We've seen many people not trading. So I urge everyone to be patient as
When I first arrived at Palm Jebel Ali, I was struck by the meeting of sand, sky and water, a calm energy that became the spirit of Red Aurora. Our aim was to create signature spaces that flow with ease. The neutral palette of glazed tiles, white plaster and grey stone reflects the beach, while the timber cladding recalls the textures of the shoreline. Red Aurora allows Palm Jebel Ali's sights and sounds to shape every experience, living with it, not just beside it.
And you know, you've talked about the economy, our economy in various fora. Tell us, what is, at the moment, what would you say is the economic outlook of our country?
You know, Uganda has a past. You recall the days when I grew up in Masaka, and I remember we had no sugar. We had to queue up for sugar. You wake up, the Mayumba Kumi informs you, the village or the town, that there will be sugar next week, and you have to wake up.
The entire village has to go and line up.
Yes, or the entire Chizungu or Edward Avenue of Masaka municipality. So you have to go and queue up. You know you're getting pushed, and you know you're just a child, just for a kilo of sugar that will not take you for the next 6 months. We were a net importer of products made elsewhere other than Uganda. Now today we have tilted the trade balance to our favor. Uganda's export earnings now from goods and services exceed our import bill of US $11 billion shillings. The export earnings are 13.4 billion US dollar. You get it?
That's
very
good, that's
impressive
good business.
performance.
Yes,
This
yes.
means that our balance of payment surplus is about $2.3 billion. Fantastic. Why? Because our country's leadership has been deliberate about the industrialization agenda. Say, take for example, the coffee value chain. In the past, we were lagging behind. Now, we are the #1 exporter of coffee from Africa. We have beaten Ethiopia, at least as of last year. This means, and this is not simply a coincidence, it's an outcome of deliberate efforts.
And
of
the leaders that are in place.
Yes, of the leadership, of the country's leadership, of capitalizing production. The parish development model has ensured that now Uganda's smallest administrative unit, which is the parish down there, receives about $30,000, 100 million shillings to capitalize production. That means that the households at the smallest unit of administration in Uganda have some money to choose what seedlings they will plant, to buy agro inputs. What that means is that Uganda's people's livelihoods will be transformed. But otherwise, Uganda, you know where we have been. It has been a struggle. For me, actually, my prayer has been this election that people limit inflammatory statements. We don't want to go back to where we were. Running around, hiding in Nakaiva swamps of Masaka, 85, before that 79. But we have had 40 years of stability. And commendably, the government has maintained macroeconomic stability. 14% interest rate, 14% on return of investment, inflation controlled at slightly above 3%. Uganda's shilling is the most stable currency in Africa, and I heard from the PSST that one of the most stable currencies around the world. That's no mean feat. That takes deliberate leadership, but also we as the private sector could not have started any business if there wasn't a deliberate policy on liberalization, on privatization, but also now where we sit at Private Sector Foundation and we love what we do. We lead 13 sectors that mirror Uganda's economy, from manufacturing to agriculture, agribusiness and forestry, professional services sector, which I chair,
Yes.
financial services, tourism and hospitality, corporate bodies, logistics, a combined 3.5 million businesses, and the projects we co-implement with government. Actually, last year, during the post-budget dialogue, I used the opportunity to commend the Ministry of Finance and the government at large. For the first time, we had an increase to domestic areas from Uganda shillings 200 billion to 1.4 trillion shillings. Because domestic, of course, our push was that they extinguish it in less than 2 years. We were given 3 years. That was very impressive. You, as a woman now, through the GROW project, which we co-implement with government and funded by the World Bank, you can move to a bank, present your documents, and borrow at 10%, which is the lowest rate in the market now. And women are paying back. Women are performing well for that loan product. And we are also now exploring, of course, together with Ministry of Finance and the World Bank, a possibility of non-collateralized loans. Because, you know, we take what we have learned as private sector foundation is that when we involve people in co-designing programs, in co-designing projects, and we take a step back to listen, we deliver better. So we have understood that there are people, there are women who are unable to present collateral of any sort, but also to tell, again, remind country women and countrymen that as long as the biggest shareholding of the company, say above 50%, is led by a woman, you, a brother, a husband, can work together and grow yourselves. The idea is to scale women-led businesses from micro to small to medium, and who knows, you could become one of the top African brands. And we ended last year with a big momentum, again in partnership with the World Bank and Bank of Uganda, Ministry of Finance. We rolled out the Wi-Fi code, which is essentially an understanding across financial institutions of what a woman-led business is. And if the understanding is uniform, it means that the intervention, the support will be uniform across financial institutions, including microfinance institutions. So the future is very bright. Uganda is rated highly in the region, around Africa. We are the regional stability anchor.
Thank you so much. I'll be getting to Ayebele, but talking about all these things, actually you got into what I wanted to ask next, how you as, you know, a private sector foundation Uganda are working with government, especially in implementing wealth creation initiatives such as the PDM. You've talked about it, and also you know, credit goes to General Salim Saleh, who has really been at the forefront of making sure that these initiatives you know, work out, and the smallest unit, as you said, you know, the family, to also get out of poverty and, you know, and something. But to remind the viewer, this is we are still covering the presidential, the 2026 general elections, and people are right now they are voting, and we are looking at leadership, the leadership that you are out there trying to put into place, to vote into government. What kind of leaders do you want? And that is one of the questions that was put to the president by our very own Onyango Robert, who has been on the campaign trail with the NRM candidate. And the president said that you should vote, you should elect leaders who love, first of all, who love Uganda, those who are patriotic, but also Pan-Africanists. And that is why it also gets to what Sarah has been telling us, all these gains that the country has you know, registered. You know, Uganda now in coffee being #1 in Africa when it comes to exports. This is something that we can actually commend government for. But government is you, the people that you put into a place to, you know, into different sectors, ministries, whatever. As long as they do what is good for the country, then these gains definitely will have to be registered. And that is why we are telling you that even as you go out there to vote, in your mind, please vote the people that you know will bring services to you. You know, people will go to Parliament and, you know, debate issues that will, in the end, benefit you, the person, the ordinary person. So this is something that you should remember as you go out to the polls. And also to remind you that the polls close at 4. So if you're still at home and you're watching us, you've not yet gone to vote, please go and vote. And you must vote. You must vote because this is your constitutional right as a Ugandan, to exercise your right to vote. Let me get back to Mr. Ayebade. You also into logistics and transport. Tell us today, as Private Sector Foundation Uganda, how are you helping the transport sector to ensure that some of the issues that they face are dealt with?
Thank you so much. Transport and logistics is the backbone of all sectors. Chair told you we have about 12 sectors, but every other sector, the backbone is transport and logistics. If you can't move, you can't work. If you can't communicate, you can't work. So all that is under logistics. Mostly what at private sector, our biggest role is advocacy for all these 12 sectors that we have. The transport and logistics sector is advocating for a number of policies, and those policies that support the economy at large. If you realize now we've been shifting, we've actually shifted from so many imports that we've been bringing, we are starting to see exports coming in. And most of our policies that we are bringing in the next financial year are mainly on exports. We want to start participating in our own exports. If you look at the trucks that bring here goods and take goods, most of them are Kenyan trucks. We have about 3.5% of the infrastructure that is moving. So we are looking at getting a favor from government, that these policies that favor us getting our own equipment start. One time I heard the president say that we have part of the ocean is ours. We can only have part of the ocean. What many people didn't understand is that that part of the ocean, yes, is ours, but we can only have it if we improve infrastructure in logistics and transport. If we improve infrastructure, the ocean becomes nearer. Because if we have a train, we have waterways all running, then we are part of the ocean. So that ocean belongs to us too. For people who were laughing at it, it is true.
It is true.
So 80% of the policies that we suggested to government in the last financial year were passed as Private Sector Foundation. And I want to thank PSF and our leadership that last year, I think, Chair, we were at 70 something. Now we've gone to about 85, 82% of all our suggestions to the budget approved.
Okay. And
most of them, I believe, will favor the logistics and transport sector.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ayebade. Sarah, you talked about actually the relationship, your working relationship with government, and of course the private sector being the biggest employer in this country. Definitely, there's much more that you have done. Probably shed some more light in how you work with government, especially because the president has been very vocal about people getting out of poverty, and I see PSF doing a greater role, playing a greater role in order for the president's message to really, bear fruit. So just some more light on your working relation with government, but. I also am cognizant of the fact that you want to go and vote. So probably in the next maybe 15 minutes so that you can go and vote. Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Rukidi. Private Sector Foundation has made 30 years now. So it's been 30 years of building, 30 years of co-creating with the business community, with our esteemed members, in partnership with government, in partnership with global organizations to create jobs, to create impact especially. And PSFU was founded by great business leaders, Dr. James Mulwana and his contemporaries 30 years ago. So we stand on the shoulders of impactful business leaders. Our chair, Mr. Humphrey Nzei, represents the manufacturing sector, and because His Excellency the President and the country now is focused on industrialization to create jobs, but also for us to stop donating value. Whenever you export raw coffee or any other product, you're donating value to other countries. And the President has been very vocal about that. You see him opening several factories. Now, back to what we do as Private Sector Foundation is advocate, business advocacy, advocate for an enabling business environment, which we have done for the last 30 years, but also business development services to our over the last 5 years, been holding business summits to focused on integrating markets with government, with development partners, UNDP, MasterCard Foundation, with whom we co-implemented a project that created lots of impact, over 417 jobs in this country.
Wow.
So, of course, sometimes we get asked, what are all these business summits for? You know, a business summit is an event. And events, MICE, is one of the drivers of economies around the world. In Uganda, we are already grading our economy for meetings, for conferences. When international conferences are held in Uganda, your hotels are occupied, your people have jobs, your supermarkets are selling, producers in agriculture, all the way to the smallholder level, their produce gets sold here. So, and so we've been training professional conference organizers because the experience matters. When you have a business executive in your country, all the way from how they are picked from the airport, the experience at the reception, it really matters. So we, behind the scenes, are working to enable that. But two, it's leaders, countries, diplomats that have plenipotentiary authority to commit their countries. So when we host them here or move to their countries for these business summits, we are encouraging business to government engagements, government to government engagements. For example, you all know, the business community is aware that Uganda, in the recent past, has been facing non-tariff barriers, that while His Excellency the President is renowned for advancing integration, that sometimes borders are unilaterally closed. So we go to these business summits to tell governments that this is affecting us. When you close the border, you're closing it to business. The transporter loses, the farmer loses, the perishables spoil. Even now, as we are speaking, of course, the internet shutdown is affecting small businesses who use Instagram to market, who use TikTok to market. However, this morning I was speaking to a senior security officer who is part of the inter-agency committee, and he said, you need for them as security who are charged with the defense of our country, they had to weigh benefit versus risk.
Yes.
So they said, okay, we understand that businesses are affected to this extent, but let's see how this goes. He told me that, some Ugandans in some political circles were already deploying misinformation and disinformation to subvert the will of the people. Now, we as businesses are very invested in stability, in security. Without stability, we cannot do any work. For sure, when you go to Somalia, and I have heard so many people saying, we shouldn't compare ourselves to the worst. Yes, in as far as we are concerned, we think that projects could be executed better, faster, and we commend government for executing AFCON infrastructure, especially the Hoima Stadium in real time. That then will now contribute to sports tourism. When you drive sports tourism and you're hosting international sports events in the country, that is money for the business community for the young people.
Thank you. We shall continue. Let's put a comma there. But let's go live to Makerere, where our reporter Saddam Hussein is on standby to give us what is happening at Makerere as the people vote. Saddam.
We have traversed on different polling stations within the Kampala Central Business District here in Kampala District, and of course most of the polling stations have been too earlier on. Voting had not yet started because the biometric machines had earlier failed. But here at this particular polling station, Makerere 1, which has 4 polling stations with over 1,500 registered voters. Voting had earlier delayed, but a directive was issued by the Electoral Commission that now voters can now start using the manual register to verify different voters to come and cast their votes. So after hours of waiting, finally here at Makerere 1, voting has commenced and it is going on smoothly.
Yes, it took me some time because we first had machine issues whereby they were saying machines are not operating well. Other people who got their vouchers, voting vouchers, got them late and they were interrupted. So they were told if you don't have an ID, then you got the voucher late, then you're not voting. Others were checked through the list to see whether they are in the list, in the register. Then I voted, but it took me some time. They resorted to, if you have an ID, they were not considering voucher slips because most of the people got voucher slips when they were late already. They got them late. So you have an ID. If you don't have an ID, they bring the register, they check you in. They see whether you are in the book, then you are permitted to vote.
My name is Namakula Letitia. I arrived here at the polling station at 7 a.m. and it has taken me approximately 2.5 hours to vote, but finally I have voted.
Makerere 1. This polling station is called the Makerere University Primary School. We got a sabotage with these machines. They failed to work, so now they are using locally.
I think others will not vote because when you say that we start at 7, now it's 11. I don't know whether we shall complete voting at what time.
Now the economy, okay.
Yes, thank you so much, Saddam. That is our reporter, Saddam Hussein, giving us an update of what is happening. They have been moving around the city, going to different polling stations, and that is the brief that he has given us. But still, we encourage people to go out there and vote, and you don't have to fear, because we understand some people have been, giving out messages, intimidating people, the general population, and trying to instill fear in them so they don't go to the polls. But the security apparatus is in place, and you don't have to fear anything. Just go out there and exercise your constitutional right as a Ugandan. Go and vote your leaders, but also remember that the leaders you vote, that's why these people are here. That's why Sarah is here. That's why Kenneth is here, to talk about the gains. The people you put in place to lead you will actually, whatever happens, it will be as a result of the leaders you have in place. If nothing works out in your village or in your constituency, it's because of the leaders that you put into place to lead you. But if you have good leaders that are good and pro-people, that is something that we should also remember. Pro-people, people who love other people who love Uganda, leaders who love Uganda, who are patriotic. Those are the people that you should be looking out for. Don't just go there because of sentiments, and then you vote into place someone because maybe the other one that you're not voting for abused you or something. Just, you have to really think deep into this one. Think about the people who will deliver, And coming back to you, Sarah, the economy of Uganda, we know we've come a long way. We've really come a long way. You gave an example of that time when you would line up as children to get sugar. Yeah, and when you compare from that time to today, where we are, we have so many factories. General Salim Saleh, we commend you so much, because he's turning Luwero into something else now. Namunkekera, a lot of things that are happening there, but that could not have happened if it hadn't been for good leaders in place, people who think about the ordinary person, because those factories employ so many people. And that is about the leadership, and that is why we are talking about this, the gains. So tell us, Uganda, where we've come from and where we are today, in the region, the East African Community region, how is our economy performing?
You have spoken about Kapeka, and we have been there. You should come and visit Kapeka.
I should,
yes,
and I will.
Yes. So it took a general of the resistance, armed with a human spirit, to convene the academia, convene capital, convene communities, smallholder producers, to take a step back, research, learn, implement, experience setbacks, refine, and scale. So today, Liaoshen has over 30 value chains. That means employment and jobs for people. On a Ugandan scale, Operation Wealth Creation is the biggest civil military operation in Africa, anchored on investment in people, investment in production. At an international level, Uganda, it is projected, will grow as one of the fastest growing economies in 2026, especially upon the first oil output. However, to Ugandans, to the young people, how do we distill this? How does it trickle down to people? It means that private sector foundation with government and development partners such as the World Bank, the European Union, and we do so much with the European Union in terms of opening the European Union markets to Ugandan products. And so much is getting exported there. However, the African Continental Free Trade Area and Uganda ratified it. How do we get deliberate to building value chains so that our product gets to this market. Of course, if you go ratify and say, yes, we are part of this, and come here and fold hands, our products will not get there. You have to deal with phytosanitary standards. You have to ensure that, for example, industrial policies in the East African community are harmonized. But also, we've been working closely with the Ministry of Trade in terms of defining what a startup is. How do you support a startup? What support do they need? Because truthfully and honestly, Uganda, young people are quite educated. They speak good English. Every year, thousands graduate from Makerere University. Not everybody is going to be absorbed by government, which can only afford currently only 55,000 jobs. And so we must handhold young people to create jobs, not lecture to them. They are showing the way. They do not come to the table empty-handed. They come with value. They are tech savvy. They have brilliant ideas. How do they get capital? And today, Uganda has several products that government has rolled out in order for a young person armed with dreams, brilliant ideas, and a technology edge to start their businesses. And at PSFU, it is our hope and our wish to Ugandans that we all come down, and to the political actors not to polarize the country with inflammatory statements, so that as soon as elections are concluded, we kick off the year with growth of our startups, growth of small, medium enterprises, and we had to defer the PSFU Next Gen. We remember the PSFU Next Gen,
Yes.
which we held in 2024, and we were overwhelmed with interest. We thought that we should allow the elections dust to settle. So we are kicking off this year as soon as elections are concluded with that Next Gen conference for the young people to come listen to the legendary businesses who have made it, understand how they navigated pitfalls, how they scale, but also dive into the current industries, artificial intelligence, how are businesses integrating it in our processes, in operations, in decision making. Are we going to be the country or the leaders who look on as technological advancements take root around the world? Fortunately, at the end of the last year, in partnership with the CEO Summit, and the Right Honorable Prime Minister was represented by the Minister for ICT, we rolled out and launched the AI Academy, Artificial Intelligence Academy, as a way to ready the country for what is next. And we're happy to learn from the Ministry of ICT that government remains seized. They've already embarked onto governance frameworks, the policy that will guide integration of artificial intelligences. For businesses, this is very key.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kajingo. This has been really, it has really been insightful, and the information that you're giving us, Mr. Ayabere. Thank you so much. Logistics, very, very important. And of course, those of you just joining us, this is UBC TV, and we are still continuing with coverage of the general election. So if then as you go there, please remember to vote. People that you know will serve you, will deliver services to your community, will do everything that you need. Will put in place, hospitals, the roads that will be worked on. You'll get good representation in Parliament and the cabinet ministers that will be there. Of course, that will come after, the president has chosen the people that will be ministers. However, the most important thing is the people you choose today. Whatever happens after today will be as a result of the leaders that you'll have chosen. I am a citizen of Uganda and I've not yet voted, so I'll have to excuse myself and leave my panelists with my colleague Patricia Lukoma, who will be coming to continue with this very, very interesting debate. It's been a pleasure, Sarah, having you here. Mr. Ayabare, thank you so much. And definitely we'll be coming to look for you because there is a lot that we can, learn from you, the general public learn from you. So thank you so much. But viewer, this continues. We'll take a short break and Patricia will be coming back. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the Biometric Voter Verification Kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
Yes, and of course, that is the Prime Minister, Robina Nabbanja, casting her ballot there in Kakumiro district. Yes, as you can see, she's following the procedures, just like any other voter casting their ballot. And that's what we expect from all leaders, to lead by example. Yes, doing exactly what we should all be doing at the polling station. Her confidence in voting there and looking very flashy there in her gomesi. Well, that was none other than our very own Prime Minister Robina Nabbanja casting her ballot there at Kakumiro. Just like I was saying, that it is very evident when the leaders themselves, lead by example. Now, thank you very much for sticking with us. My name is Patricia Lokoma Mpango, and we're still having that conversation about the elections, what's transpiring. We do have some updates that will be coming in a little bit later, and of course, probably just to let you know, the Speaker of Parliament, Anita Monk, also cast her ballot there in Bukedea. We will be bringing those updates to you right here from UBC. And to continue this discussion, still in studios, we're joined by Sarah Kajingo, the Vice Chairperson, a Board of Directors, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and she's also the Chair of Professional Services Sector. And then at the far end, as you will be seeing later in the screen, is Kenneth Ayebare. He's also the Board of Directors representing Transport and Logistics, but also at the same time, he serves as the chairman of the Uganda Cargo Consolidators Association. And of course, they've exhausted a lot of issues to do with cargo, with logistics, with transportation, with business. But then we wanted to delve a little more in the advocacy of areas of stability as a private sector foundation leader. Actually, not just a private sector foundation advocates, but they are private sector leaders. So we wanted to understand that as well. How do they push for policies to ensure that when elections like this come, we have policies that have been set in place to make sure that we achieve transparency in this game. And at the same time, we need fairness. We need to see participation in the election, and for the business sector, of course, the business community. And that is one of the role of the private sector. Thank you once again for sticking with us. I know you must go and vote, but we had those few questions that we needed to tap on. So let's talk a little bit about stability, advocacy for stability as private sector leaders, of course, to ensure a safe economy in the country.
Yeah. Thank you, Patricia. You see, without stability, businesses cannot even start or grow. Now, Uganda has enjoyed 40 years of uninterrupted stability.
You can imagine.
And the growth of businesses is contingent on security and stability. So, if you are a business person and not interested in forecasts, in anticipating the future, you are mistaken. So at Private Sector Foundation and in partnership with government, there are risks we look out for. I have told you earlier that IMF projects that Uganda will grow as the fastest economy in Africa in 2026 upon the first oil output. But that means that Uganda will be one of the fastest growing economies by extension in the world. And you have heard His Excellency the President speak about strategic security as an East African leader who advances integration. There are risks we look out for. Some of them are environmental degradation. Our economy has been growing quite fast, and that is in spite of global uncertainties, in spite of disruptions in global supply chains. And that's because Uganda is led by experienced hands. We don't take it for granted that government maintains an open door policy to the private sector. And as we have said earlier, this financial year, the Ministry of Finance, the government at large, adopted 82% of the proposals of private sector foundation, including some relief to startups, some tax relief to startups. Of course, we think the threshold could improve, but that was a good start. UDB, Uganda Development Bank, was recapitalized by over R1 trillion shillings. Private sector foundation thinks they could ease their processes so that many more businesses can access. That's a discussion we can have if stability is uninterrupted. And Uganda does not, of course we are land linked because of integration, because of the foresightedness of our leaders. There is always room for engagement in our region, and so Uganda has remained land linked. We look forward to the SGR that will reduce the cost of doing businesses. Today, and with the support of our partners, private sector foundation, with government, we now have a one-stop center. You come into the country where you go, register for your TIN, open your business, whereas, in the past, we had, all those processes separated, and which wasted a lot of time. And so, in other words, progress is incremental. Uganda has a history, a turbulent one. Fortunately, we have had 40 years of calm, and we think this should not be interrupted. When we see Uganda partnering with the Democratic Republic of Congo to eliminate negative forces from Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, DR Congo, as a business community, we are very excited. It means we can access that between our countries, and we have been happy to be a part of them that have helped to resolve some of the non-tariff barriers. Our prayer is that our leaders in the region, because Uganda is always at the receiving end of protectionism,
which is very risky.
Not just risky, businesses suffer immense losses. In fact, at one of the engagements, I used the opportunity of the Africa Industrialization Week, which Uganda hosted, to engage the African Union, and by extension African leaders, that perhaps as there should never be a day a leader of any country unilaterally closes borders. Because when we are speaking integration, it's for us, the people. And we think that we're even exploring.
It's for us, it's for our manufacturing sector.
Yes, and as
business integration.
As leaders of the private sector, we face lots of pressure from the business community when borders are closed. some of our business people say, oh, why don't we reciprocate? Why don't we block their products? Of course, that would be the hallmark of regression. Uganda has got to continue providing leadership. We were even saying that never again this should happen, and should it happen, and perhaps we can explore litigation. But for us, and this is a message to Ugandans, to the business community, to young people out there, we are
a more peaceful way.
in a peaceful way and continue embarking on our businesses.
I wanted to talk about a little bit of observation, because a private sector foundation is part of the national observers, together with the CSOs, and of course as you join together with the international observers, the UN, the AU. It is basically to give you know, an overview, to tell us, well, so far, besides the internet shutdown, of course, that affected, he was talking about how it affected the logistics of the custom units, but basically, what else do you observe in these elections that would be a take-home?
Of course, we are happy today. I have been, I have driven around the capital. There is calm. We are not officially mandated to observe, but as leaders, as the apex body of the private sector of Uganda, everything, every consequence from elections is our business, because business growth is our business.
Exactly.
The calm we've observed in Kampala, in spite of some threats, is heartwarming. And we hope
maybe
that...
just to cut you a little bit short, I'm a pastor.
Yes.
And I'm also a pastor's wife. So we've been having a full month of prayer and fasting for Uganda and the elections. So basically we're just looking out, because some of the prophets were saying something would spark out, but then we are so blessed to see that every area is a little bit calm. And I think we can attribute this to the shutdown of the internet.
You see, let's say the cup is half full, half empty. As businesses, the internet shutdown has disrupted our operations.
But maybe it was necessary.
Exporters, of course, that's has been the justification from security agencies. But like I said earlier, we are going to appeal to them to exempt services that are business critical, so that flour exporters, exporters of vegetables don't continue to suffer
the
losses, because you cannot apply for a phytosanitary certificate if you're not connected on the internet. Yes, so businesses, it's important that they are categorized as crucial to the country, because the livelihood of Ugandans depend on businesses. But we are happy that UCC gave that opening for us to write and ask that consideration for exemptions of certain businesses. And it's our hope that the shutdown can be lifted in the near future, and which is why we are urging Ugandans to calm down, so that we can get back to business. And there are students online, students who are learning, that has been disrupted. So it's important that we get done with this election. But besides, Uganda had elections in 1996. In 2001,
now
in
this is the
2006.
social media era, and you know how information runs very fast. Now, just a little bit to cut you short, Kenneth. We want to stay into the same context, but now in the area of logistics. I heard that due to the fact that there's internet shutdown, there's a bit of halt on the processes. We know that internet actually runs almost all ERP systems, whether it is the account systems, whether it is data, connecting systems. So don't you have any manual systems that can complement or substitute the internet shutdown?
Thank you so much, Patricia, for this question. In this 21st century, internet is everything. If you realize 80, if not 100% of our businesses tap into the internet a bit. If it is advertising, if it is sales, if it is, and then authorities that come in to also facilitate our businesses, like customs, in this aspect, in this perspective, will use the internet. However, having systems, normally, you need to plan both the intro and outro, because the systems do not talk to themselves. Manual systems are there for the intro.
Okay.
Within the organization, they planned continuity. But then outside the organization where these systems feed, because we feed into those systems and they pick information and data from us. There was no plan of how this continuity remains. Earlier on, I was talking to the vice chair, and I was saying that there would have been IT hubs that are set at these centers. URA has a number of centers around, offices around. Setting a hub of about 10, 20 computers, and then people access these computers physically. Because even them, they are making losses. URA has a target of about 36.7, if I remember very well, trillion this financial year. That simply means that you'll be collecting about 100.6 billion each day. And if you're to collect 100.6 billion and you're missing out on 5 days without internet, where someone cannot print a payment registration, payment registration not to go and pay, banks are closed. Even when we have mobile money to pay, you cannot pay because you need that document from the internet. It simply means you're making a loss. However, like I earlier said, we might be stuck for 3 days but preventing a year, all 3 years, or even forever. We have countries all around that we can see as examples. They haven't traded for years simply because of security. So while indeed, yes, it's not the last election that we have, we will plan better as we go on. And I urge government and all authorities that look, we need to plan with, this is a private sector-led economy. We need to plan with the private sector. Of course, I know there are security stringents and all that, but then we need to plan with the private sector going forward. So that we see, do we have a backup plan? Like you said, are there manual ways of us handling? We can't say border crossing should be a problem. We can't say business should stop.
Exactly.
People should go and vote and continue working. In this world now today, this 21st century, just a day of not work counts a lot.
True.
If a manufacturer does not manufacture in 1 day, it counts a lot. If a trader does not trade in just a day, it counts a day, it counts a lot. So in the 365 days as we talk, URA will have lost about 5 days. That is 500 billion. Because they are collecting 100 billion to meet the 36.7 trillion. So if we are talking about losing, yes, we are losing because we are not paying to them and we are not getting goods so as to continue trading. But then also they will be losing also on taxes. But for the good, like I said, security is very important. It's enormous. It might prevent us, putting off the internet might prevent us from losing more than the 3 days.
More than the billions you're talking about.
So it is better we have that 3 days off. But next time we plan better, we have private sector involved so that we can see how to plan a continuity plan, how to have a continuity plan for such a kind of immense businesses that are very crucial.
Very interesting. Now, our dear viewer, there are 27 political parties, of course, into the race, and they are very much cleared by the Electoral Commission to participate in the presidential and parliamentary elections. We have 8 presidential candidates there. And of course, they are also nominated by the Electoral Commission, and of course, including the incumbent NRM candidate, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the rest, and also Robert Chagulanyi for the NUP, National Unity Platform. Have you made it to the polling station? Yes, have you made it to the polling station to exercise your constitutional right to choose a leader of your choice? Well, that's a question to you. Now, as we head back into our interview, promoting good governance should be part of any institution or organization or party that advocates for economic stability. So in that area, how are we handling?
I'll speak from the business perspective, where governance means we at Private Sector Foundation as the board, we are entrusted with strategic foresight, with oversight, and providing leadership to our teams. So, but of course, around the world now, there are ESG, you have heard, environmental, social, and governance, which is fast becoming a global standard. And I had said earlier that some of the risks we are looking out for are environmental degradation. When you degrade the environment, you encroach on the swamps, that means then you risk floods, which disrupts livelihood. So we are rallying Ugandans, the business community, and especially manufacturers around the triple bottom line, which means people, planet, and profits. If you do focus on profits and relegate people and the planet within which you operate to the periphery, it means you face disruptions. On a global scale, with partners, global organizations and governments, there is increasing effort, and even investors do not seek your permission to look through your operations as a country and as a business. How do you treat your people, for example? How are you the one dumping in the water bodies, dumping waste in the water bodies? And so you've seen the National Environment Management Authority coming out to enforce, to really come for those who are degrading the environment. But of course, as a country, I miss the 90s. I miss the good 90s where the country was calmer. I don't know what it is that has come with social media.
Social media.
Somebody
Information is on the fingertips.
Yes, in a day, and trolls a brand without reason. There are positives, of course.
Of course, yes. And
citizens, the Constitution empowers citizens to demand better service. So to that extent, it would be good for government officials to have that in mind, that they are there to deliver better services and to, apart from sharing their updates, do some social listening. And to the politicians, you know, as one interested in marketing, marketers, product designers have long paid regard to audiences. What is it that political leaders can learn from marketers, which is listen to the audiences? So that then, if young people are interested in how they can start a business, is that the language political leaders are speaking? Because really for us, Uganda is a young country. You saw the statistics from the census, from you both. that 50.5% of Ugandans are aged under 17. So, as opposed to lecturing to them, we could listen better to them. We could listen better to them. What are their aspirations? Their aspirations could be very different from the aspirations of different generations. And His Excellency the President has commendably been engaging them, and this is good. Let's listen more. They come with value. They come with brilliant ideas. They don't come to the table empty-handed. They come with their tech savviness. And if we don't handle this demographic well, it is a great opportunity to have young people, but it could pose a risk to peace of the country. So as the private sector, we continue to nurture those engagements and relationships. So what is it that we can harness from the generation that is experienced? Can we harness their wisdom?
Of course.
Harness the tech savviness of the young people, their brilliance, their astuteness, and ensure that we advance.
We merge both.
We advance consensus as opposed to belligerence. As I conclude, I look forward to kick-starting our projects this year. I look forward to a fantastic year for all of us, for schools to open peacefully, for businesses to continue to grow, for us to continue co-implementing. So for you out there watching me, if you haven't voted, please go, make sure to do your civic responsibility, and ensure to cooperate with the agencies mandated with securing us. And may you have a fantastic and prosperous year.
Thank you very much. And of course, any message you have to Ugandans?
Yes, fellow Ugandans and mostly the business environment, the private sector. I thank you for exercising your right today of voting, and I'm very, very happy that for the whole period that we've been organizing, we've come to an end of course there's post-election, but normally for us as the private sector, we see this as a big day. So I urge you to choose leaders that will lead us to where we are going. If you're earning any coin today in your shop, on your stall, in your store, it simply means you have a gain to protect. So gains are there to protect. And looking at the private sector-led economy that we are in now, because we are increasingly now a private sector-led economy, the private sector is contributing over 80% to the economy today. So we are the leaders of the economy. We can only protect the economy to grow even to the 10.4% that we are looking at from 6.6 that we were in, only if we choose good leaders and then let institutions like security institutions take their role.
Amen. Thank you very much there, Kenneth.
نحن في لواكر ومنذ 100 عام كنا دائما نحب الخير، وبطريقتنا الخاصة لا نقبل إلا الإتقان، ونريد أن تتم الأمور بالطريقة الأمثل، ولا نحب التصنع لكن فقط طعم الطبيعة. وقد نبدو جادين بعض الأحيان، وبجهد أكبر كل شيء له طعم مختلف، مثل ساندويتش من لواكر، رقيق مقرمش لذيذ. ولأن تقديم الخير هو اختيار شجاع منذ عام 1925. لواكر منبع الخير.
Overview, an economic overview of what will happen post-elections. Thank you so much for allowing us into your space.
Thank you, Patricia, for having us.
Yes. Before we go over to Kanungu, just to let you know, dear voter, yeah, exercise come. Exercise come. Uganda has about 353 constituencies, each represented by a member that you elected. And of course, what we want right now is to do the final election to make sure that you again go and cast that ballot on your choice, but make sure you choose the right vote, the right leaders that are going to bring change into our economy, into our Uganda, and also make sure that these people that we're choosing are going to exercise every leadership aspect that we expect from them. Now, over to Kanungu, we have Chris Arinetwe, and he has an update for us. He's standing there with Minister Chris Baryomonsi. Let's head straight to Kanungu and see what's happening there, and we will return with more updates in Kiswahili.
Listener, I'm coming to you live from Kanungu district, specifically at Kayanja Catholic Church. Voting today as early as 6:30 a.m. in the morning. Polling officials and the electoral materials, we are already on ground. In all the polling stations I was able to visit. The first one was at Kanungu Main Stadium. As early as 6:30 a.m., polling officials, the electoral materials were already on ground. The polling officials were already there, and even voters had started trekking in to come and cast their vote. First of all, it began with a briefing session whereby they briefed the voters, the presiding officer, and he was able to tell them what they were supposed to do and expect throughout the entire day. However, if I may just paint for you the entire picture here in Kanungu district, the biometric voter verification kits were not able to function at Kanungu Main Stadium. When the presiding officer got the BVVK machine and gave it to one of the polling officials to scan her ID, it refused. That meant that the entire process was not going to proceed. So instructions had to first be actually waited so that they can proceed until we had the district returning officer for Kanungu district coming on ground, and he instructed people on ground that please don't proceed with voting until we sort out the issue of the BVVK machines. So, and even other polling stations which I was able also to visit, like Mashenga, also they didn't work. Karuhinda, they didn't work. Even in Rogel sub-county at Kabatwa polling station, they didn't work. Even in Kamboga sub-county at Bwanga Catholic Church, they didn't work. So I can say that in the entire district of Kanungu district, the BVVK machines were not used. People had to resort to voter registers. So an instruction was issued via the radio, one of the radios here in Kanungu, called Kanungu FM, informing all the presiding officials who are manning all the polling stations in the country that please resort to voter registers. So immediately, as soon as the instruction was given, people had to begin actually using the voter register to check for the names of the voters who were coming in. So generally, people began voting at around 9 a.m., 9:30 a.m. And if I may also tell you, if you try to assess the number of voters in many of these polling stations that I was able to visit, people are about 500, 600. So it's a very big constituency of voters. People are so many. So people were saying that if they had to wait for these machines, maybe to wait for the technicality, maybe to first check and see what's happening, people would not actually end up voting at the end of the day. Because remember, from 7 a.m. up to 4 p.m., which is the closing time for polling, it's quite a bit short time if you begin at around 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. So I moved around. Generally, also the associated deployment was also not as such. I haven't really seen any chaos around where I've visited. I could see some few police constables on ground, about 3 of them, and a few polling stations. There's one polling station that we had some UPDF deployment, but I think they had to withdraw them after because there was no necessity of having them on ground, yet there was no chaos on ground, because ideally they should come to reinforce the police constables if they are overwhelmed. So right now I'm still at the Kayanja Catholic Church, where the minister in charge of ICT and national guidance has been able to cast his vote. He is standing with the LC5 chairperson for Kanungu District, is called Mr. Sam Arenaitwe Kajojo. And they are both by the 8 competitors who are standing in Chinchizi East. That's Chinchizi East. So we are having Alan's Mark Tabaruka for FDC. We have Karunji Ruth, who is an independent. And on the Kanungu District woman MP, we have got Esther Majambere. She's an advocate who is standing on an independent ticket. We have Chinshaba Patience Nkunda, who is also standing on an independent ticket. She's the incumbent, by the way. She lost in the flag in the NRM primary elections. The one who took the flag is Namara Betty, who is the NRM flag bearer for woman MP seat. So the main rivalry is between, for Kanungu District woman MP, we are having Chinshaba Patience Nkunda and Namara Betty. Then for Chinchizi West, we are also having Victor Rushokora, who is an independent candidate. We are having Safari Christopher, who is also an independent candidate. We have got Brian Batenda, who is standing on PFF ticket. We're also having retired Senior Inspector General of Police, John Ndungutse. He's standing on an independent ticket. So generally, Kanungu District is a big district which has got 2 constituencies, Chinchizi East and Chinchizi West. And I was able to gather some information that they have got more than 160,000 voters. So you can see it's a big constituency of voters. People here have been able to cast their vote peacefully. The ones who were very old, who could not actually cast for themselves, they came, having people to help them. And also we had some young people also coming to vote, perhaps for the first time. We had women, we had men. People here came so early. Right now, I can see just a few people are actually just coming in. People are still few who are actually coming in at this time because people came early in the morning. Maybe because Kanungu District is an agricultural district whereby people go for farming, so they always want to come in the morning and they cast their votes and they go. However, where I am at Kayanja Catholic Church, people after casting their vote, surprisingly, people actually are still around a bit. Like they're still around like 20 meters away. They are waiting perhaps to see how the results are going to be at the end of the day. So right now, I can say that the situation is calm. People are still doing what they're supposed to do. The returning officer, the polling officials are still here. So I'm going to give you the minister in charge of ICT and national guidance, Dr. Chris Radiomonsi. He's going to talk to you. He's going to talk to you just in a second. He's coming. I'm just coming with him. He's here with me. He's going to give you the situation analysis, how Kanungu District polling day has been. Yeah, and even as the Minister for National Guidance and ICT, he can also give us perhaps what the country needs to know. So over to you, Honorable Minister, Dr. Chris Badiomonsi. Talk to you then, and you are live on UBC TV.
Thank you very much.
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2, present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3, your identity is verified using the biometric voter verification kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4, your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5, mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV, unakaribishwa katika kipindi hiki, na kama ambavyo unafahamu leo ni siku ya uchaguzi mkuu. Siku ya uchaguzi mkuu kwa mwaka 2026. Ila nimepokea taarifa ya kwamba zoezi la kupiga kura limesogezwa mbele kwa lisali moja. Kwa hivyo badala ya kumalizika saa 10, upigaji kura utaendelea hadi saa 11 kwa ajili ya kuruhusu wananchi wote watimize wajibu wao ama haki yao ya kikatiba ambayo ni kupiga kura. Na baadaye nitakuwa na mgeni hapa studio, mtakuja kumtambua baadaye, ila napenda tu nikupe habari kwa ufupi. Karibu sana, naitwa Bella Masangano. Na habari ya kwanza ni kwamba Rais Yoweri Museveni amepiga kura mapema leo akiwa kijijini kwao Rakitura, licha ya vifaa vya kidijitali vya upigaji kura kukwama kwa sekunde chache. Rais Museveni alishangazwa na hali hiyo na kuhoji maafisa wa tume ya uchaguzi waliokuwepo katika kituo hicho, akitaka kujua kulikoni. Lakini baada ya muda mfupi akashauri kwamba wananchi wapige kura kwa kutumia njia ya kawaida na kuagiza alishauri kwamba upigaji kura uendelee kwa njia ya kawaida ya kufata orodha kwenye daftari la kudumu la wapiga kura.
Cast the vote, but he will be casting it just like any other normal Ugandan, a registered voter. He will be taken through the processes of voting, verifying that he is a voter, and at the end of the day handed 2 ballot papers. That is the one for president, and he chooses among the 8 candidates who he wishes to see that he leads Uganda. But of course, as a candidate and a contender, we expect he will choose himself as a capable person, a capable Ugandan who is going to lead Uganda again in the coming 5 years as the president of the Republic of Ugandans. Viewers, as soon as the president closes up here, I'll be muting this sound, then I give you what exactly you want to see. Our viewers, and on your screens is now the arrival of the head of states, the president of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, arriving here at Karo High School polling station, where he is going to cast his votes, seeking for another term, which is as it comes to you from Rwakitura in Kiruhura district.
Na muda mfupi baada ya kupiga kura akiwa Rakitura, Rais Yoweri Museveni aliweza kuwahutubia wakazi waliokuwepo katika kituo hicho cha upigaji kura, na akaelezea zaidi kuhusiana na ukwamaji wa vifaa vya kupigia kura, ambapo pia alitoa agizo kwamba uchunguzi ufanyike.
The particulars of the operators to the machines. So I checked, they are saying that some of them, even by this morning, had not sent their biodata by this morning. Some were sending by 9. Was this deliberate? We are going to check that. So when I started checking by 8, 9, people started ringing me.
Sunset Mirage responds to Palm Jabal Ali. The dialogue between architecture and nature is not imitation, but respect. Every opening, courtyard, and walkway is intentional. Spaces are protected from the heat. Welcome natural airflow and capture outlooks that feel effortless, yet never imposed. I designed Sunset Mirage not as a simple structure, but as a home attuned to Palm Jabal Ali.
The machines. I know people who cheat, opposition. Last time they got 2.7 million votes by cheating. But this time we are also very, very alert. Although the machines have not worked well, we have got other measures which we are following up. So this is, since you are rumor mongers, this is not a rumor, these are true stories which I've told you. I can answer a few questions.
Na mwenyekiti wa Tume ya Taifa ya Uchaguzi Simon Mugenyi Byabakama amearifu kwamba hatua ya kuruhusu matumizi ya orodha ya majina kwenye daftari la kudumu la wapiga kura ni sahihi na haikinzani na katiba ya taifa. Ameyasema hayo leo mbele ya waandishi wa habari baada ya kuibuka malalamiko ya kukwama kwa vifaa vya kupigia kura na kusema kwamba katiba inaruhusu na hivyo watu waendelee kupiga kura kwa kufuata orodha kwenye daftari la kudumu la wapiga kura.
We start with the Constitution. The Constitution says that the Electoral Commission shall maintain the National Voters Register. Okay? Secondly, when you go to the electoral laws spell out very clearly. One, the Electoral Commission shall maintain the register where all voters will be registered. Secondly, that we shall give the register to candidates. Thirdly, that we shall have a register for every constituency, or which we distribute to every polling station. So the register is the primary document. The mandatory use of biometrics is in a statutory instrument. And for us as lawyers, a statutory instrument cannot override an act of parliament. So an act of parliament has more power, has more authority than a statutory instrument. So now we are saying if the biometrics were supposed to be used mandatorily by way of this statutory instrument, but they are not, we revert to the principal law, which says every polling station shall have a register and all voters at that polling station shall be identified using the manual register. So there's no contradiction at all. There's no contradiction.
Mr. Chair, of course with this new directive, it simply means there's an expectation of the voting going deep into the night. Had you planned for this?
Well, you see, you always plan for any eventuality. And that's why we say that where possible, polling should stop by 4 p.m. However, and it has always happened, or in some cases it happens, that where polling is not able to end by 4 p.m. on account of one, there were voters in the queue or in the line at the dot of 4 p.m. They should go ahead and vote. Or secondly, there was some interruption at the polling station, all right? Like in this instance, we see there's interruption, there was delayed, and so on and so forth. Again, it is up to the presiding officer, taking into account the circumstances prevailing at his or her polling station, to report to the returning officer that at my polling station, we still have so many people, and we are going to continue voting. The main criteria here, the main factor for emphasis is that no voter should be disenfranchised, provided that voter reports to a polling station before 4 p.m. No voter is going to be disenfranchised. Whether the voting goes on up to what time, we shall handle that, because the issue is the people of Uganda who are registered voters must be given every opportunity to elect their leaders without any distraction.
Vituo mbalimbali nchini kusubiri kwa muda mrefu kupiga kura kutokana na changamoto ya kukwama kwa vifaa, wameweza kupiga kura baadaye kwa kutumia njia mbadala. Na mwandishi wetu wa habari Sadam Mubale aliweza kufika katika kituo kimoja cha kupigia kura kilichopo karibu na chuo kikuu cha Makerere na kuzungumza mawili matatu na wapiga kura aliowakuta kwenye kituo hicho.
Naam, tumekuwa tu tukizuru maeneo tofauti tofauti hapa jijini Kampala, ambapo wapiga kura katika maeneo mbalimbali wameamka mida tu ya asubuhi kwa ajili ya kutekeleza hili jukumu lao la kihistoria na la kidemokrasia. Lakini mida ya asubuhi kidogo kumekuwa na hitilafu kwenye mashine ambazo zilikuwa zinatumika kwa ajili ya kudhibitisha wapiga kura katika maeneo mbalimbali, na hilo jambo kidogo lilikuwa limesababisha kuchelewesha kwa uchaguzi. Lakini sasa hivi hapa ambapo nilipo, hii sehemu ni Makerere 1 katika shule ya msingi ya Makerere. Eneo hili lina vituo 4 vya upigaji kura na kuna zaidi ya wapigaji kura 1500. Lakini sasa hivi ninavyozungumza, tume ya uchaguzi rasmi imewasiliana na maafisa wake ambao wako katika maeneo mbalimbali kwa ajili ya kuanza kufanya zoezi hili, na maafisa hawa wakitumia zile register. Yani mpiga kura anakuja na anajitambulisha, na baada ya kudhibitisha kwamba yupo kwenye zile register anapatiwa karatasi na vile anatekeleza wajibu wake wa kuchagua. Sasa hivi hivyo ndivyo hali ilivyo, na zoezi hili linaendelea kiusalama hapa katika eneo hili.
Yes, it took me some time because we first had machine issues whereby they were saying machines are not operating well. Other people who got their vouchers, voting vouchers, got them late and they were interrupted. So they were told if you don't have an ID, then you got the voucher late, then you are not voting. Others were checked through the list to see whether they are in the list, in the register. Then I voted, but it took me some time. They resorted to, if you have an ID, they were not considering voucher slips because most of the people got voucher slips when they were late already. They got them late. So you have an ID. If you don't have an ID, they bring the register, they check you in. They see whether you are in the book, then you are permitted to vote.
My name is Namakula Letitia. I arrived here at the polling station at 7 a.m. and it has taken me approximately 2.5 hours to vote, but finally I have voted.
Makerere 1. This polling station is called the Makerere University Primary School. We got a sabotage with these machines. They failed to work, so now they are using it locally.
I think others will not vote because when you say that we start at 7, now it's 11. I don't know whether we shall complete voting at what time.
Na mtazamaji wetu wa UBC TV, kama ambavyo unajua, leo imekuwa siku ya uchaguzi mkuu 2026, na napenda kukutaarifu kwamba hapa studio siko peke yangu, bali nina mgeni na ninaomba ajitambulishe mwenyewe. Karibu sana.
Asante Bella. Habari za jioni watazamaji popote mlipo. Jina langu ni Luvuka Yunus, mhadhiri katika chuo kikuu cha Chambogo, pia mhadhiri mgeni katika chuo kikuu cha Gulu. Sasa hapa nipo jioni hii kama mchambuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa.
Karibu sana, karibu sana Dr. Yunus. Na kwanza kabisa, kabla sijaingia kwenye maswali au mazungumzo na wewe, ningependa kukuuliza, je, huko katika pitapita yako mtaani, yani hali ilikuwaje?
Asante. Unajua, ilipofika asubuhi nikatazama nje, nikaona jua limechomoza asubuhi. Alafu naona wakati huu linakaribia kutua. Ina maana kwamba mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu hali ya leo ni hali ya kawaida kama hali nyingine, siku nyingine za kila siku, kila wakati zinapopita. Kwa hivyo utashi na vuguvugu za kisiasa kwa upande wetu kama sisi binadamu ndio tunaongeza hizi nguvu na kufanya siku ionekane kuwa tofauti na siku nyingine. Kwa hivyo siku ya leo tunamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Huko nimepitia katika pirika zangu, nimekuta kwamba raia wamejitokeza kwa idadi kubwa kuchangamkia uchaguzi. Walijua kwamba siku ya leo ni siku Uganda inaamua kuchagua kiongozi atakayeiongoza nchi kwa miaka 5 ijayo. Kwa hivyo kwenye vituo mbalimbali nimepitia, nimekuta raia wamepiga milolongo mirefu wakiwa wanataka kuchagua viongozi wao. Pia jambo
ya uchaguzi kwa mtazamo wako wewe?
Tume ya uchaguzi kama unavyosikia jina, kazi yake ni kuandaa na kuchakata uchaguzi katika taifa letu. Baada ya kujibu hilo swali, nimeshuhudia uchaguzi wa miaka kama 4-5. Lakini kwanza tupongeze tume ya uchaguzi. Unajua Mswahili anasema kitanda usichokilalia huwezi ukajua kunguni mwake. Tupongeze tume ya uchaguzi. Kwa mara ya kwanza tumeona zoezi ambalo limetendeka kwa amani tangu harakati za kutafuta kura zianze. Hili nataka tukubaliane kwamba tumekuwa na amani toka mwanzoni mpaka siku ya leo ambapo tunashuhudia raia wanachagua viongozi wao. Ingawa kulitokea katika uchaguzi ni kutafutaji kura hali za sitofahamu hapa na pale kidogo, lakini asilimia kubwa tume ya uchaguzi wamefanya kazi kubwa, na hilo ni jukumu lao. Ina maana wametekeleza hilo la kwanza. Kazi ya tume ya uchaguzi, wameweza kuhamasisha raia. Hakuna mwana Uganda ambaye alikuwa hajui siku ya leo tarehe 15 mwezi wa Januari kwamba kuna uchaguzi wa viongozi. Kila raia alikuwa anajua. Kwa hivyo hiyo imekuwa kazi ya pamoja na kuandaa uchaguzi, lakini wamewezesha raia wa Uganda kujua siku yenyewe ya uchaguzi, kujua haki zao, kwamba kuchagua ni haki ya mtu. Wamewafanya wana Uganda kushuhudia kwamba Uganda iko kwenye mchakato wa demokrasia, na hayo yote yamefanyika na tume ya uchaguzi. Kwa hivyo hayo ni machache ambayo yametokea na ni kazi ambayo tume ya uchaguzi imefanya katika kufanikisha uchaguzi nchini.
Naam, asante sana Dr. Yunus, na bado tunaendelea na mazungumzo. So ningependa kujua, kwa vile uchaguzi mkuu umefanyika leo na watu bado wanaendelea kupiga kura hadi saa 11, bado kuna umuhimu kweli wa kuendelea kuhamasisha, ama ndo hamasa iishe tu? Unaonaje wewe?
Jambo hilo uchaguzi na upigaji kura ni mchakato, yaani ni jambo endelevu. Hata baada ya miaka 5 ijayo tutapiga kura, lakini kabla ya hayo kuna viongozi wengine ambao watachaguliwa baada ya leo. Siku ya leo tumechagua rais, wabunge, lakini kuna viongozi wengine wa wilaya, madiwani na kadhalika. Kwa hivyo zile juhudi ambazo zimefanyika na tume ya uchaguzi, hilo nilikuwa sijalizungumzia, kwamba wamehamasisha, nilisema walihamasisha raia kuhusu uchaguzi na wametoa elimu tosha. Kwa hivyo kuna haja ya kuendelea, raia wapashwe habari kuhusu uchaguzi na wajibu wa wananchi katika kuchagua viongozi wanaofaa katika kuendeleza nchi yetu. Tukisema kwamba sasa waachie hapa, tutakuwa tumekosea mahali, kwa sababu raia anafaa kuongozwa mpaka tupate viongozi ambao nchi yetu inahitaji kutoka mahali tulipo na kuendelea ili kufikia hatua nyingine za kimaendeleo.
Sawa, na kwa vile umeshazungumzia kuhusiana na jukumu la tume ya uchaguzi katika masuala ya uchaguzi na mchakato mzima wa kuandaa uchaguzi, je, kuna mtu ambaye anatutizama na angependa kujua, je, jukumu la serikali ni nini katika uchaguzi?
Asante kwa swali lako. Nataka ni kujibu namna hivi. Tukiangalia serikali, kwanza tuna serikali
ndio
ambayo inaongozwa na Rais Museveni. Pia tuna harakati za uchaguzi ambapo kuna mgombea mmoja anaitwa Museveni Kaguta. Kwa hivyo Museveni yuko katika nafasi mbili, kama kiongozi wa serikali, pia kama mgombea wa haya. Nataka watazamaji wetu wapate kufanya nini? Kulijua na kutofautisha. Pale ambapo mara nyingi kumetokea mkanganyo ambapo wanakanganya raisi wa nchi ambaye ni Yoweri Museveni na mgombea wa chama cha NRM ambaye ni nani? Ni yeye Museveni. Kwa hivyo yeye kwa upande wake kama kiongozi wa serikali na serikali yake, ambapo nataka nizungumzie asasi kama bunge, asasi kama vyombo vya usalama, wameweza kuhakikisha kwamba nchi iko salama. Hilo ni jambo la kwanza. Ni wajibu wa serikali kuhakikisha kwamba nchi iko salama, na hilo tumelishuhudia. Vyombo vya usalama vimeweza kutekeleza wajibu wake kuhakikisha kwamba mali ya raia, wananchi na maisha yao na mali zao vimelindwa vizuri, hata kama kuna vuguvugu hizi za kisiasa. Jambo la pili, wamehakikisha kwamba hili liende pamoja na tume ya uchaguzi pamoja na serikali. Nakumbuka mwaka 2016 ambapo Rais
مرحبا مرحبا اعطيني واحد شاورما دجاج وهذا الكاتشب.
كاتشب العلالي مو اي كاتشب، كاتشب العلالي المليان طماطم طبيعيه، شقلب الطعم على كيفك.
wamejaa kila mahali, lakini wakati huu mimi nimeshuhudia wanajeshi ambao wamekuwa wanapita wamekuwa wanafanya kazi ya doria.
Ndio.
Lakini kwenye vituo vya kupiga kura nimeona tu askari polisi peke yake, sijaona ile sare nyingine ya madoadoa. Jambo ambalo hapo awali lilikuwa linatisha wachaguzi kwamba mimi siende kuchagua kwa sababu nitapigwa viboko ama nitafungwa, lakini hali hiyo haijatokea. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru serikali imefanya hivyo, na hiyo ni wajibu ambayo wametekeleza kama serikali.
Kwa hivyo ni kama vile unasema ni muhimu kwa vyombo vya usalama kama polisi kujenga urafiki na jamii.
Bila shaka.
Kushirikiana.
Bila shaka. Kwa sababu uchaguzi kama nilivyosema ni mchakato wa demokrasia. Na katika demokrasia hatuko kwenye vita. Wale askari polisi, wanajeshi na raia sote ni wana Uganda. Tunahitaji nchi yenye amani, tunahitaji nchi ambayo inaendelea kutoka hatua moja hadi nyingine. Kwa hivyo raia kumuona mwanajeshi, raia kumuona askari polisi kama yeye, yani kuna huo mwanya kati yao, si jambo zuri. Tujenge ule undugu, tujue wale hata ni watoto wenu, ni ndugu zenu ambao
ni ndugu, sio adui.
Si adui. Kazi yao tuiheshimu, tuwape fursa watekeleze wanayofaa kutekeleza,
na sisi kama raia
tuwajibike,
pia
tutii sheria. Kama ni kuchagua, twende tuchague kwa amani.
Sawa.
Kwa uhuru, ingawa of course uhuru wa mtu pia una mipaka. Kwa hivyo hili nalo nataka niliongee kwamba wale vyombo vya utunzaji wa usalama tusijenge uhasama kati yetu na wao. Kila mmoja anahitaji mwenzake kwa ajili ya nchi. By the way,
sawa, tunaendelea na mazungumzo, mtazamaji wetu wa UBC TV, na niko hapa studio na Dr. Lubuka Yunusu ambayo ni mhadhiri katika chuo kikuu cha Chambogo na vile vile ni mhadhiri mgeni katika chuo kikuu cha Gulu. Tunasonga mbele na mazungumzo haya. So kitu kingine ningependa kujua ni kwamba hivi ni dhambi kwa viongozi wa dini kushiriki katika masuala ya siasa, ama unaonaje?
Labda niulize, siasa inafaa kuhusisha watu gani? Ama kwa njia nyepesi, mimi sioni tatizo, kwa sababu asasi ya dini asasi ya dini ni asasi muhimu katika kujenga na kuendeleza maadili katika jamii. Ni asasi ya dini ambayo inawajibika kuhakikisha kwamba watu wanaishi kwa amani. Tukiwa katika nyumba za ibada, wale wahubiri wa dini na wa viongozi wa dini wanatuhubiria kupendana, kuishi kwa amani kama ndugu, umoja, tuendeleze umoja na mshikamano. Kama kumetokea hitilafu, kuwe na maridhiano. Kwa hivyo viongozi wa dini ni nguzo muhimu, hawawezi wakatenganishwa kabisa na siasa.
Sawa, nashukuru Dr. Yunus, na hivi sasa naomba tupate mapumziko tu kutoka studio.
Thank you very much, UBC, and all those who are watching UBC. Fellow Ugandans, this is earlier this morning, we held a press briefing here at EC headquarters, where we informed the nation that following challenges that were experienced across many polling stations, on many polling stations across the country, where the BVVK machines were either not functioning or they were not being accessed, they could not allow the voters to be identified or to be confirmed biometrically, we decided to proceed with the polling or voting using the National Voters Register. And we took that decision because the power of the people to choose leaders of their choice under the Constitution is supreme. And that power cannot be thwarted or cannot be overshadowed by anything else. That's why we said, since the register is the primary document for voting, for polling, since we have ballot papers and other materials delivered at those polling stations, let voting proceed with the voters being identified basing on the National Voters Register. However, and from after that, we received reports that the tension that had built up in the morning when people were not voting, at times it was almost escalating to something violent. But after that communication, the tension eased, people started voting, and voting has been going on smoothly. Secondly, mindful of the challenges that we experienced in the morning, the Electoral Commission has decided, using its special powers under Section 49 of the Electoral Commission Act, to extend the time for voting from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. today, to give opportunity to all those Ugandans who might have gotten tired due to waiting in the morning, 2 hours, 3 hours, yet they came very early, they decided to go back home, or because of the numbers of voters, we said let voting continue beyond 4 p.m. at 5 p.m. This is a decision taken mindful of the power of the people under Article 1, and we want to give an opportunity to every Ugandan to exercise that power by coming out to cast their vote. So polling will stop at 5 p.m. However, we wish to caution that we shall not extend the time beyond 5 p.m. So please, if you have not yet cast your vote, come or go to your polling station where you are supposed to vote from and cast your vote, so that you do not lose the opportunity of choosing a leader or leaders of your choice. So after that, we shall handle all the other attendant of processes, which are also important, like counting of votes, recording them on the declaration of results forms, giving each candidate a copy of the DR form, then transmitting them to the national tally, to the district tally center, and then electronically transmitting the results for presidential elections to the national tally center. We have done this in the interest of the people of Uganda, because we realize that an election that does not give the people of Uganda an opportunity to express themselves, to cast their vote, is a disenfranchising exercise. And the Electoral Commission does not want to disenfranchise any Ugandan who has a right to vote, irrespective of the fact that the biometric voter verification kits have had problems in many areas of the country.
So how soon do we expect to have the results trickling in?
Well, the results trickling in depends, of course, on how soon, because you know, whereas polling starts at the same time from 7, we're supposed to start at the same time from 7, and end at the same time at 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. as is the case right now.
Na ilibidi tukatishe kidogo mazungumzo yetu ili tupate ujumbe kutoka kwa mwenyekiti wa Tume ya Uchaguzi ya Taifa, Jaji Simon Byabakama Mugenyi, na amekuelezea kwamba upigaji kura utaendelea hadi saa 11. Na sasa naomba nirudi kwa mgeni wangu hapa studio. Dr. Yunus, samani nilikukatisha, lakini hapo awali ulikuwa bado unaelezea, ulikuwa unajibu lile swali ambalo niliuliza kwamba je, ni sahihi kwa viongozi wa dini kushiriki katika masuala ya siasa au ni dhambi? We mtazamo wako ukoje?
Naomba niruhusu kidogo nitoe maoni machache kuhusu hilo la kiongozi wa tume ya uchaguzi kuongeza muda wa saa 1. Kama tulivyosema, mchakato wa awamu hii umekuwa angavu kiasi kikubwa.
Ndio.
Na hii hatua ambayo ameichukua ni mojawapo ya masuala haya, kwa sababu awali tumesema raia wameanza kwa kuchelewa. Kwa hivyo yeye mwenyewe ameona isiwe hoja ama kisiwe kisingizio watu kulalamika kwamba wameanza kupiga kura kwa kuchelewa, alafu wengine wameachwa nje. Kwa hivyo hiyo hatua ya kidemokrasia nzuri sana, tumpongeze kwa hoja hiyo. Jambo la pili, nilikuwa nasema viongozi wa uchaguzi, viongozi wa dini
ndio
ni muhimu kushiriki, kwa sababu wao ni nguzo muhimu katika kuandaa raia ambao ni waadilifu. Tukiwa kwenye nyumba za ibada, nilikuwa nasema tunahubiriwa kupendana. Kwa mfano, tuko kwenye uchaguzi, bila shaka tutapata washindi na wengine watashindwa. Basi wale ambao watashindwa, chuki itakuwa juu. Visingizio havitatukosa, vitatokea. Lakini sasa angalia, na dini inaingia hapo sasa kutuliza na watu kuwaleta pamoja, kuendeleza maridhiano. Kwa hivyo hakuna namna viongozi wa dini wanaweza
wakakosekana kwenye hili
swala la maadili, kuendeleza umoja, kuhubiri mambo ya umoja, kuhubiri amani ambayo yanatikikana na kila mmoja katika nchi, na kusameheana kama mmekoseana.
Aha. So kwa kiwango fulani ni wana jukumu la kutuliza hasira na kufanya juhudi za upatanishi
na kutoa nasaha
kwa kiwango fulani.
Okay, na kutoa nasaha kwa raia.
Okay. Sasa vijana, je, wana jukumu gani katika masuala ya uchaguzi?
Vijana ndio viongozi. Sitasema wa kesho, kwa sababu hata kwenye orodha ya wagombea urais kuna vijana wengi ambao wamejitokeza. Kwa hivyo vijana ndio nguzo sasa. Kwa hivyo ushiriki wao ni muhimu sana kuamua mustakabali wa nchi ya Uganda. Wakiwa watataka nchi yenye amani, maendeleo, usalama, wao wenyewe wataamua.
Ndio.
Haki iko mikononi mwao. Kama watataka Uganda ambayo imejaa vurugu, vita, uhasama, haki wanayo. Kwa hivyo tunasema vijana bila shaka katika utaratibu mzima wa uchaguzi ni muhimu sana, na ndiyo maana serikali imejitokeza kuwahamasisha ili waweze kuwa kwenye mstari ulionyoka na wasikubali kurubuniwa. Kuna baadhi ya wagombea, mimi nilikuwa nasikiliza, kuna baadhi ya wagombea ambao wanatafuta niseme maslahi yao, alafu wanajua kwamba vijana ni wepesi wa kusawishika, basi wamepitia kwa vijana, wanawajaza chuki, wanawajaza fitna, wanawajaza ili waweze kuvuruga amani ambayo tumekuwa nayo kwa muda mrefu. Lakini tunashukuru viongozi wengine wamejitokeza kuhakikisha kwamba vijana wanahamasishwa, vijana wanapewa elimu ya kutosha, vijana kuambiwa kwamba Uganda ni yao, kwa sababu hata kama ni kurithi,
ndio.
Sidhani wewe kama raia ama kijana unataka kurithishwa nchi yenye vurugu.
Hapana.
Unataka nchi ambayo ni imetulia, nchi yenye amani, nchi ambayo ina mikakati na mipango ya maendeleo.
Pardon?
Naam.
Okay. Sasa kwa hivyo tunaweza tukasema kwamba vijana ni nguvu kazi ya taifa.
Bila shaka.
Na ndio maana kuna umuhimu wa kuwa na elimu ya mpiga kura, kuepusha wasidanganyike.
Wasirubuniwe na kusawishika kutenda vitendo vya kihalifu ambavyo vitavuruga maendeleo ya nchi. Na nimependa kuna wagombea wengi ambao wametoa hoja za msingi, ni namna gani vijana wanaweza wakashirikishwa katika kuchangia maendeleo. Kuchangia maendeleo ya nchi si kwa upande mmoja, kwa mfano wa kisiasa peke yake, hamna. Nchi unaweza ukachangia katika kilimo, ufugaji, unaweza ukachangia katika kufanya kazi viwandani, unaweza ukachangia katika masuala ya teknolojia, na vijana wengi naona wamewajibishwa kushiriki katika sekta mbalimbali ambazo ni chachu za maendeleo ya nchi.
Asante sana Dr. Yunus, na hivi sasa naomba utoe ushauri. Ni ushauri gani unatoa kwa vijana ama wananchi kwa ujumla kuhusiana na swala zima la uchaguzi?
Ningewashauri kwamba wachague kiongozi ambaye anafaa, lakini sasa uchaguzi unakaribia kukamilika na wengi wameshafanya nini. Lakini ni matumaini yangu kwamba vijana wamechagua kiongozi ambaye ni mzalendo, wamechagua kiongozi ambaye anang'ang'ania amani na usalama, kwa sababu haya yote tunayozungumzia, bila usalama na amani hakuna kitu. Nadhani vijana wamemchagua, hata na wale viongozi ambao watachagua baada ya leo, wachague viongozi ambao wanawajibikia masilahi ya mtu wa kawaida. Vijana wamechagua na wachague viongozi ambao wanaendeleza ushirikiano na nchi jirani na masuala ya diplomasia, kwa sababu Uganda hatuwezi tukaishi kama kisiwa. Lazima tuwe na ushirikiano mwema na nchi jirani, muungano wa Afrika Mashariki kuimarisha. Umenikumbusha kuna mgombea mmoja ambaye yeye alisema kwamba siku moja yeye akichaguliwa atafuta Kiswahili. Sasa kama huyu niingie kwenye boksi na mimi nimpe kura, kwa sababu unapozungumzia, tunazungumzia uzalendo na Uafrika. Mtu anashindwa kujitambua kwamba Kiswahili ni lugha ya Kiafrika, kwa hivyo yeye ni Mwafrika, badala ya kuendeleza lugha ambaye ni ya kwake, anapendekeza kuendeleza lugha ya kigeni. Kwa hivyo mtu kama huyu, kasumba za kikoloni, mimi kama binafsi nikiingia, tumeshachagua huyu, mimi nimpe kura kweli. Kwa hivyo ni mambo haya ambayo tunataka vijana wetu wajue kwamba tunahitaji maendeleo endelevu, ushirikiano mwema na nchi jirani, umoja kama taifa, na kadhalika, kwa ajili ya manufaa ya nchi yetu.
Naam, shukran sana Dr. Lubuka Yunusu, ni mhadhiri kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Chambogo na vile vile ni mhadhiri mgeni kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Gulu. Na mtazamaji,
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the biometric voter verification kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
Well, good evening. My name is And today we have witnessed the exercise where Ugandans have turned up to vote for the presidents and as well the members of parliament. Overall, we have been moving around Zimbabwe district, including the Lwemiyaga county, and we have ascertained quite a number of issues that have been taking place at various polling stations, including the failure of the BVK machines to operate. But this didn't stop the people to go and vote. They were using the physical registers to ensure that they identify those who are supposed to vote at various polling stations. In other areas, we have witnessed where people have absconded from voting arising from allegations of ballot stuffing, but that's we shall find out later on from other officers from the Electoral Commission. And we are broadcasting live from Zimbabwe Secondary School. Apparently, we are at a polling station, and I am joined by a presiding officer who is going to give us a brief on what is happening, what time do we expect to start counting the votes, and after the counting of the votes, what happens thereafter. You're welcome, sir. You're live on UBC TV. What's your name and what's the name of this polling station?
I'm Sir Jeremiah by names. This is Zimbabwe Church of Uganda polling station, and according to me, I'm seeing my polling station. I'm actually the presiding officer. My polling station has moved on smoothly, and though we got an issue of BVK machines, they refused to function as we expected, but we have still managed to vote, and the voting was extremely peaceful. Like as you see, no one has got injured. So we are expecting to count our votes in I think a minute from now. That is exactly at 5, so we can declare the results and then we go back home as expected.
So after counting and declaring the results from here, where do you take the ballot papers, the ballot boxes? Where do you proceed from here? Where do you take them?
Of course, after everything is done, we are heading to the Electoral Commission, that is probably in Zimbabwe, where everything is going to be safe after here. Because we are, people around us, we expect peace, though, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, our dear viewer, it is just a minute to 5 p.m. and the counting of the votes will be starting. But from the jurisdictions here, I see the different agents of different candidates, and apparently they are here to monitor this entire exercise of voting. But I will keep on camera to ensure that we take you through this process, and you can see these are the last voters that have come in, and after these voters, strictly at 5, they will start counting the votes, and this you will be watching it. This is the Zimbabwe Church of Uganda polling station, and the presiding officer has already told the people that they have closed the voting period, and now I think the next issue is going to be the counting of the votes. Well, there the presiding officer is speaking to some of his colleagues, and thereafter we shall witness the voting of the ballot papers. Now, to remind you that we are in Zimbabwe district, it's one of the areas we thought will have quite a number of issues depending on the previous history we've had with Zimbabwe, where it has been a hotspot for the people who are contesting in this area. From the places we have visited, I can attest to you that there has been calmness. The processes have been so peaceful, and even this is confirmed by quite a number of people that we have talked to, and just the presiding officer I did interact with earlier on in a few minutes has also confirmed that the process has been very peaceful and secure. The SPCs have done a commendable job from this side, and I do recall I talked to one of my colleagues earlier on who is in Masaka, and said in Masaka district some of the polling stations started voting at 1 p.m. and even in Zimbabwe we had the same issue where voting started at around midday. And he was also surprised that I was informing the person that Sembabule was very, very calm. So in the overall, it is evident that this side of where we have been, there has been normalcy. The presiding officer right there is getting some polythene bags right there. We shall wait and see what he is going to do next. And remember the 20 meters from the polling station. I don't know if my camera person can pan so that you can see right there from the polling station there. And some people already somewhere lined up, but we shall be showing you those videos as we go ahead. So people a little bit far away witnessing this specific exercise. The people are here having tags. Those ones you see on the left, right there, those are all agents of different candidates, and they are here to record the results of their candidates, the candidates that they are representing. This is Sembabule, Church of Uganda polling station, and whoever is having a tag, just like the one I am having here, is the one supposed to be in this place, save for the police officers who have been entrusted with this specific activity of ensuring there is peace and safety. Well, there, the presiding officer is still organizing to ensure that he starts the voting. I am told that the Electoral Commission in Kampala did have a press conference and announced the extension of time to complete the exercise from 4 to 5. And here we are, it is 5 p.m. and we are waiting to see what happens at this polling station. Now, the other thing I can as well tell you is that we were in Rwemiyaga, and you realize that the voter turnout seemed to be a little bit low. And even here, when you look at these boxes, now like the box, the presiding officer right there is cutting the seals there. Now he's opening. Okay, I'll be just right here to listen to what the presiding officer is saying. So right there, the presiding officer is going to start counting the votes. He's saying they are going to raise a ballot, and then they will put them in different sections according to every candidate. That's what the presiding officer is communicating. They are going to raise a ballot and mention who has been ticked, then gazette those ballots into 3. We have 3 boxes, the one for the presidents, the one for the members of parliament, and the one for the women members of parliament. So there, right, the 3 boxes therein. So the process begins. The presiding officer is now going to start counting. There, the first ballot paper has been raised. So that gentleman right there is representing the National Unity Platform, is the NUP. Then counting. So NRM, it is the lady, NUP, it's the gentleman. So NUP 2 and NRM 2, the counting is going on. NRM there. NRM. So the presiding officer is counting the votes. Well, the presiding officer now is counting the votes. There, the presiding officer now is superintending over the counting of the votes. After this exercise, they will tally, they will count the ballot papers to ascertain how each presidential candidate has performed. That is what we shall wait for. However, surprisingly, when you look at the three boxes, the one for the presidential candidates was almost full, an indication that would show some people might have come to vote for the president, not other. Now that one is an invalid ballot there. They ticked twice. Here, that's what, that's an invalid vote right there. The reason is that they ticked twice. They ticked. Afande. So, right there, they're still counting. They're still counting there. Now they are counting the box of the presidential candidates. And so far, there is one invalid vote. These agents are very strict. Now someone is saying that the tick has skipped the box and they are arguing whether it is true, whether it is correct or wrong. So now others are saying that the procedure is if you tick and the tick goes outside the box, that is an invalid vote. Now let's hear this conversation right here.
Yes, Kastewabatik, yes. Kastewaba. Kafu. Katekeri tata. Tekeri. Then there is one for Chagulani that crossed out the first one. Nakamze je kaliera kafu. Kafu, yes.
Bamukalaba tuogere mangu nga tebannakateeka yeri. No, that's why we are here to observe. Lwaki okalaba ne kagenda n'otandika complaining? Please. No. Jakengalo. Yes.
Well, the agents are really very keen when it comes to observing what is a valid and an invalid vote. They are really very, very attentive, trying to ensure that everything is done in a total transparency. Surprisingly, out of all the presidential candidates that are on the ballot, they're only reading NRM and NUP. You know, NRM and NUP for the presidential. Out of the 8 presidential candidates, only 2 are being read in this specific area. That is NRM and NUP. So the presiding officer is still superintending over the process. And all those people right there, agents, very attentive, writing down the results to ensure that everything moves on smoothly. So we shall keep giving you updates, but as of now, let's watch this process as the presiding officer continues with counting the votes. After counting the votes for the president, they will then proceed to the votes for the members of parliament. As of now, let's keep watching what is taking place.
Yes.
NRM. Nope.
Best.
Failure. Nope.
Excellent.
Nope. Keep it up. Nope.
It's okay.
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nope.
Kyekyo kyennyini.
NRM. NRM.
Yes.
NRM.
Very good. It's okay and well.
NRM.
Yes.
Nasobedde amala gabuwa kawanyika
NRM.
Yes.
NRM.
Yes. Yes.
mwana gwe balizingula bazinga
NRM.
Yes.
NRM.
tuba tukola tikodi mukibwana ate nga bagae mwawangudde edda balete eno esuneesune webale taata webale balizingula bagenda
NRM.
NRM. Ate awo okoze etya nagizina
NRM.
leka tuyagala nkuli ntya
NRM.
ebaaba
NRM.
Checho.
Wow.
Very good.
webale taata balilingula basinga
NRM.
Nze Shaidat Nasaku Uganda asaze okukozesa olukusa olumuweebwa ssemateeka ate okulaba nga agenda n'alonda omubaka gwe yeesiimidde omukulembeze gwe yeesiimidde nga takkiddwa wabula okwagala era nga amukkiririzaamu abeere nga ate amukulembera. Nze Shaidat Nasaku nkujjukiza ate era nenkujjukiza ne district 116 mwe mubadde okulonda amagombolola gabadde 2000 mu 1991 ate emiruka tubadde n'emiruka 1717 ebyalo awalondeddwa bibadde ebyalo 7,000 mu 214 ate ebifo awalonderwa bibadde ebifo 5,739 so n'abalonzi abaali bawandiisibwa mu nkalala babadde obukadde 21,68,491 nkulisaayo ate mu kulonda okwo n'olonda omukulembeze gwe weesiimidde. Mu studio sirimu nzeka ndimu ne munnange Kibedi Bashir okubanga ate tukutuusaako ebigenze mu maaso mu ggwanga gy'osobodde okutuuka ne gy'otosobodde okutuuka. Kakati just sorry Bashir nkwaniriza ku mpewo za UBC tugenda kuba tutegeeza bannayuganda biki ebigenze mu maaso. Wekyogerera kati okulonda kwo kuwedde era mu bitundu ebisinga okubala obululu kutandise ebyo ebitali mu bantu bangi naye ebirala ebirimu abantu abangi oba oli awo tebinnaba bingi ebigenze mu maaso. Okulonda kwatandise kikeerezi wakati mu kusoomooza twebaza bannayuganda okubanga ate basobodde okwettanira okulonda yadde ng'ebyuma bikalimagezi byagenze ne bifunamu okukyankalana mu bitundu ebisinga okwetobera eggwanga ne baddayo eri ku nkola eri ebaddewo ey'okulondesa. Kati munnayuganda obadde osobola okumusigira ekifaananyi ku buli kimu ekigenda mu maaso.
Weewaawo nkwaniriza atulaba nze Kibedi Bashir Magola yakutegeeza nti olunaku olw'15 mu mwaka gwa 2026 lunaku lwa byafaayo mu ggwanga Uganda nti buli omu agenze n'atuukiriza obuvunaanyizibwa obumuweebwa ssemateeka obw'okulonda omukulembeze gwe yeesiimidde nga takakiddwa. So okulonda nga bw'ogambye kutandisa ekikeerezi, of course wabaddewo ebisoomooza wano ne wali naye nga ebintu bigenze nga bitereera. Ekisinze okumalamu abantu amaanyi nti obuuma obwandibadde bulina okukozesebwa mu kulaba ani ali mu lukalala nga tetunudde mu mpapula bino ebyaffe ebyekizeeyi ebya analog tugenze okumaliza nga obuuma bugaanye okukola ne tuddayo ku nkola eri ey'edda. But all in all bw'oba wetegereza ebitundu ebisinga abantu bagezezaako okubanga bajja mu bungi okulonda. Naddala wano mu Kampala abantu bettanidde okulonda kuba ssaawa ziweredde 12 almost abantu abasinga babadde batuuse ku bifo we balondera nga baagala ssaawa egenda okuwera emu erambikibwa mu ssemateeka babadde balina okutandikira okulonda nga we bali. Unfortunately nti obudde bumaze ne bukola ki ne buddukamukko So kyenyiza ogamba kiri kimu nti bwoba wetegereza akalulu kano bukageraageranya ne ku bulwa obuze bubaawo, of course bino ebisoomooza bigenda byefaanana kubeera ne ku mwaka guli twalinawo okusoomozebwa mu byuma ebyali bikozesebwa mu kulonda. Bwoba wetegereza era kizeemu n'omwaka guno. Ekisinza okunsanyusa kibadde kimu nti at least buli polling station, buli kifo awalonderwa ebikozesebwa bibaddewo mu budde. Eyebadde plus ya Electoral Commission omulundi guno. Bwali twabeera n'ebitundu ebyafuna obukongo obulondebwako ku ssaawa 6 gw'emisana. Naye at least leero ezo issues tezibaddewo mu ggwanga nti ebikozesebwa mu kulonda byatambuziddwa mu budde era ne bituuka mu bikozesebwa.
Maggie, which camera?
Okay.
Kwaniriza KBC TV tusonyiweko olwaka kaiseemu byuma bikalimagezi nze Shaidat Nasaku. Tubadde tuwagala kumanyisa ebigenda maaso mu ggwanga osobola okubanga ate buli kimu okigoberera tuli mu lulimi Oluganda kale ebigenze maaso mu ggwanga tubitegedde era okulonda kutambudde okutuusa lwekuwedde ku ssaawa 11 ez'akawungeezi. Bannayuganda ekisinze okunsanyusa nti bajjumbidde naye okusingira ddala njagala bakulisaayo kwetaba mu kulonda kubanga lukusa olubaweebwa ssemateeka okulonda abakulembeze bemwesiimidde bemweyagalidde bemukkiririzaamu ate oba oliawo bemulinamu essuubi nti bagenda kubaweereza. Nkujjukizaako nti ebifo ebibadde birondebwa olunaku olwaleero kubaddeko eky'omubaka omukazi akiika obutereevu mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu osobola okugiyita Parliament, kubaddeko ekifo ky'omukiise mu Parliament ate n'ekifo ky'omukulembeze w'eggwanga. Yadde nga wabaddewo okusomooza okw'enjawulo mu byuma bikalimagezi n'ebirala ebigenze mu maaso naye kyetubasanyukiddeko nti mugezezzaako okutugumiikiriza oba okugumiikiriza akakiiko k'ebyokulonda ate ne musalawo ne mukozesa olukusa lwe muyina. Bingi ebigenze mu maaso tugenda kuba tubikulaga butereevu. Okujjukizaako ekirala abakulembeze abeesimbyewo bali 8 ku kifo ky'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga n'ebifo ebirala biriko ababyesimbyeko okugeza omubaka akiika mu Parliament obutereevu oba mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu babadde abeesimbyewo bali 2225 ate abali ku kifo ky'omubaka omukazi mu buli district abeesimbyewo bali 600. Districts 146 ze zibaddemu okulonda amagombolola tubadde ne2,191 tubadde n'emiruka 1,717 ebyalo ebibaddemu okulonda bibadde 7,214 so nga ate n'ebifo awalonderwa bibadde 5,739. Abantu abagenze okulonda abawandiisibwa babadde obukadde 21,608,491. Tubeebaza nateera mu studio sirimu nzeka ndimu ne munnange Bashir Chibedi bwe tugenda okubanga ate tukuweereza ebitambula ebigenda mu maaso mu ggwanga butereevu. Bwe twogerera kati okulonda kuwedde era ekirindiriddwa byebyo ebinaava mu kulonda olwaleero bye musazeewo bye byennyini ebigenda okuvaayo mu bitundu ebimu. Okulonda kwaweddeko naye ate okubala obululu kutandise ebitundu ebirimu abantu abatonotono naye awalala kugenda kutandika butandisi. Bashir Chibedi gwendi naye mu studio agenda kuba naye akutangaza akukubira tooki mu biki ebigenze mu maaso n'akalulu engeri gye katambuddemu okulonda n'ebiringa ebyo. Bashir, tandikira.
Akalulu okutwaliza wamu katambudde bulungi era nga wenjogerera akadde kano tuyingidde mu kadde k'okubala akalulu. Njagala okutegeeza gwe atulaba ku UBC nti mu bitundu byonna ebyenjawulo okulonda kwali supposed kukoma ku ssaawa 10 naye olw'okulwawo olw'ebintu ebiguddewo wano wali kwongezeddwayo ne kukoma ku ssaawa 11. Era we twogera ebitundu ebisinga nga Shaidat wagambye batandise okubala akalulu okusobola okumanya biki ebivudde mu kifo ABCD awalonderwa. Mu bifo ebisoba mu 5,000 of course era bw'ogattagattamu awo nti omulimu kyovula abagamba nti ebinaava mu kulonda bijja kulangirirwa after essaawa 48 z'ennaku 2. Nti ssaawa zino we tuli mu bitundu ebyenjawulo bonna abasasi baffe gye bali bagezaako okubanga ati balondoola okubala okw'obululu. Newankubadde wabaddewo okusoomozebwa nga tutandika okulonda okugeza ebikozesebwa ebyali bisuubirwa okuba nga ate bikola newankubadde abantu babatendeka okumala ennaku 5 okusobola okukozesa ebyuma ebigenda okulondesa bannayuganda obukadde 21. Ndowooza olabawo nti wabaddewo gaps but of course twebaza Katonda nga moto yaffe bwegamba nti kulwa Katonda n'ensi yange.
Bwe muli olowooza ki ekyali badde kikolebwa okulaba nga emiwaatwa gino egyeyolekedde mu kulonda kuno gizibwa?
Ebiseera ebisinga okweteekateeka kikulu nti akalulu tekategekebwa lunaku olwo bagenda kalonda.
Kituufu ekyo.
Okuva kati nga bwe tulonze leero nga 15 kitegeeza nti era tujja kuddamu okulonda meaning eyo time yonna akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kaba kagina okusobola okuteekateeka okulonda nga bwe kunaabeera mu mwaka oguddako. Naye toyinza kuŋŋamba nti akakiiko k'ebyokulonda ebintu bye kazze kakola ebireese okubaawo delays wano ne wali nti bibaguddeko bugwi kuba bwe weetegereza nti sawa zino obuuma buno bwe twogerako obwa biometric voter verification kits BVVK nti akooma ako omugaso gwako gubadde gwa kuteekako kinkumu kukakasa nti kituufu mwoli muki actually kinkumu n'eriiso okumanya nti mwoli mu lukalala olulondebwamu oluli digital naye ate kyewuunyisa nti abantu abakozesezza obuuma buno ndabye returning officer owa district y'Ekiruhuura omukulembeze w'eggwanga bw'abadde amubuuza ng'amaze okulonda abadde amubuuza ebyuma lwaki badde batamanya n'agamba nti abantu bano twabatendeka okumala ennaku 5 you can imagine
zaali tezimala
ennaku 5 omuntu kati olaba mashini emu polling station erina abalonzi abatono wano mu Uganda eyinza okuba erina abalonzi nga 4 ku 5 awo kati kitegeeza nti eno mashini eba egenda kukola ku bantu abasoba mu 5 meaning omuntu agenda ogikozesa alina okubanga talina magezi gagikozesa gokka naye just in case egaanya okukola alina okuba n'obwongo obusobola okutroubleshootinga n'ategeera nti kati wano kino kye nnina okukola okusobola okuteeka ebintu mu layini bw'oba weetegereza nti n'abaana bano ababadde ku ground ababadde balondesa abo nabo basaasira nti omulimu gubagezzeeko imagine nga gwayimidde mu maaso g'omukulembeze w'eggwanga n'omugamba nti teekako olugalo omulundi ogusooka n'ateekako ogwokubiri sometimes ne pressure ebaawo naye ekirungi nti bamaze ssentebe w'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda omulamu Simon Byabakama amaze n'avaayo n'agamba nti kye tulina okukola ssaawa zino kwe kubanga ate tudda ku nkola eyaffe bino ebyuma akadde bwe kanaaba katuusa akatuufu tujja kuddamu tutendeke abantu tomanya 2-3 tujja bikozesa
nze oba oli awo eddibu lyendabye akakiiko k'ebyokulonda oba oli awo kalemereddwa okukola obulungi omulimu gwako naddala ku kyuma kino ekya biometric kit olw'ensonga nti tubadde n'okulonda okw'enjawulo okugeza twalina akamyufu ek'ekibiina kya NRM tubadde n'okulonda okuzze kugoberera kuno okwaddala okw'amaanyi okwetoloola eggwanga oba oli awo akakiiko we kasuula step kwe kuba nti tekasobola kugezesa buuma buno mu biseera ebyo okukakasiza ddala nti singa wabaawo ekiremye wano bwe tukola kubanga emabega kaawo akakiiko k'ebyokulonda bwe kaali kajja okusomesa bannayuganda n'okubamanyisa engeri akuuma kano gye kakolamu katutegeeza nti tebeetaaga internet okukola ne batugamba nti buli kifo awalonderwa bataddewo obuuma 2 nti akamu bwe kafa nga bakozesaako 2 ebyembi nti obubiri bwonna tebwakoze wabula bwe nabuuza okumanya nti singa ebyuma bino bifa oba oli awo akaddukanya n'afunamu obuzibuzibu oba okusoomooza okutali kumu basobola kweyongerayo batya ne batugamba awo okulonda kuba kukomye naye nsanyukidde nnyo akulira akakiiko k'ebyokulonda Justice Simon Byabakama okubanga avuddeyo mu mangu ne mu budde ate okutegeeza munnayuganda n'okumubuulira eki ekyokukola nti kakati tuzeeyo gye twatandikira mu nkola enkadde ate n'okubongerezaayo ku ssaawa oba oli awo kuba obudde bungi bwe bamaze okuva bwe bazze saa 12 okutuuka ssaawa 4
ebiseera ebisinga okulonda buli lwekubaawo mu ggwanga wabaawo ebintu ebituuka byoba teweetegekedde remember nti akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kayinza okuba nga tekaweza abakozi 100 naye nga kalina okulondesa bannayuganda abasukka mu bukadde 2 so sometimes omulimu era gugejjamukko naye era nga bwe tuba tuzeeyo ku kiri nti singa beeteekateeka mu budde ne bakola ebyetaagisa mu budde ndowooza ensobi ezimu zandibadde zikendeezebwako kuba ssentebe w'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda Simon Byabakama azze ayogera nze ndabyewo ebintu bingi akakiiko k'ebyokulonda we bifayirinze one nti bw'otunuulira kye bayita civic education akakiiko k'ebyokulonda ku mulundi guno tebasomesezza bantu kimala bagenza okuva kutandika okusomesa abantu ng'obudde buyise ne batakoma ku ekyo nti ate n'abantu abagenda okulondesa abantu nabo ne bataweebwa budde bumala kubanga batendekebwa okusobola okukola omulimu guno obulungi naye ekirungi bannayuganda nti beewaddeyo ne beeyiwa mungi ne bagumiikiriza ne bagenda ne balonda akalulu kaabwe
ekyo nno kiraga mwoyo gwa ggwanga kubanga omuntu okutuula essaawa 5 ng'ebyuma bikyaba kyankalanyeeko
buvunaanyizibwa bwe okulonda era ndowooza mu Uganda twetaagawo etteeka ng'omuntu wagaana okulonda tumusiba weeks nga 2
munasiba bameke kubanga lena munateeka
semateeka w'eggwanga akuwa obuyinza okugenda okulonda
ekyo kituufu ate kyeyagalire
kalulu tekali mu kyeyagalire kati bwe nayongeza sukaali ng'ogamba lwaki bongeza sukaali nga tewalonda oba oteekeddwa okwenyigira mu kulonda. So wamu n'ensonga eyo twagala ate okuwulira ku bigambo by'omukulu Simon Byabakama oluvannyuma lw'okuba nga ate yayimiriza enkola eri nga bwe tulinda abasasi baffe okuba nga ate batuweereza ebiva mu bitundu batandise okubala akalulu. Twagala okuwulira ku bigambo by'omukulu Simon Byabakama w'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda.
Bakitegeeza nti byonna ebibadde bigenda okuddirira bijja okukolebwa nga essaawa 11 zimaze okukola ki okuwera oba okuyita. N'ekyo kyobola tugamba nti lw'okuba nti eddembe ly'abantu kintu kikulu nnyo, obuyinza bw'abantu buli mu ssemateeka bukulu nnyo, obwo bukulu nnyo okusingira ddala n'ebintu ebirala byonna. Naye ffe ne tugamba nti ebigenda okuddirira tujja kulaba engeri gye tunaabikwasaganyaamu nga tetulina byonna ebitaataaganyizibwa, tulabe nti ebinaaba bivudde mu kulonda byebituufu tunaalangirira oba ku district tally centers oba ku national tally center ng'ebivudde mu kulonda mu kaluko bwa president akaluka member of parliament byebituufu byennyini ebibaliddwa ku polling station ebikakasiddwa ku polling station, ba agents bakyaliwo, abakozi baffe bakyaliwo, ba observers bakyali mu field, kwegamba buli omu ayina ekyakola ku kalulu kano tulabe nti buli kintu kyakola kisobola okukola okutuukirizibwa. Naye njagala kakasa Bannayuganda nti okwongezaayo kwa essaawa z'okulonda olwaleero tekitegeeza nti ebisigadde tugenda kubikola mu ngeri ya kibogwe oba mu ngeri etatuukiridde okupapirira. Nedda, bigenda kukolebwa bulungi era tulabe nti naye ekikwata ku budde ffe tuba mu nteekateeka yaffe twegetegekera buli mbeera yonna. Kati ekyokulabirako nti obudde bwe bunaaziba ng'okubala obululu kukyagenda mu maaso, tulina ebitaala bya sola. Buli polling station tugiwa ekitaala kya sola ekinaakusobozesa obudde bwe buziba bateekako ekitaala kya sola ne babala obululu bulungi ne bawandiika ebivudde mu kulonda ne bamaliriza bulungi omulimu gw'okulonda. Teri kupapa, teri okusala ekkoona. Oyo ye ssentebe w'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda omulamuzi Simon Byabakama okuttaanya ku nsonga ezibaddewo ku byuma ebya BVVK n'okulonda nga ogenze mu maaso. Nga bwe gambye nti akalulu katandise okubalibwa akadde kano, njagala twogereko n'omusasi waffe Haruna Muteesaasira ali mu disitulikiti y'Entungamo atubuulire ebyeyo nga bwe bitambula. Haruna Muteesaasira oli butereevu ku UBC, bitambudde bitya mu bitundu by'Entungamo? Okulonda kutandise bulungi, kutambudde bulungi, era we twogerera ki ekiri ku ground?
Neyanzege akadde kano ndi mu kitundu ekya Ntungamo era nga ni mu kibuga wakati mu Ntungamo municipality. Okutwaliza wamu okulonda kutambudde bulungi newankubadde nti kubaddemu ebirumira. Okusinziira kuva ku makya twatandikidde okulonda kuno naddala mu kawunti ey'Akajala ne Ntungamo municipality. Wabaddewo okulwisaawo ebikozesebwa ebyakakiiko k'ebyokulonda mu bitundu ebikola Ntungamo district. Era okuva ku makya natambuddeko mu bitundu ebibeerako ddala nga ngezaako okwekenneenya n'okulaba embeera eyimiridde etya mu bitundu bino.
Genda maaso.
Ekyewuunyisa nti ne polling station General Mugisha Muntu ngono yakwatidde ekibiina kya Alliance for National Transformation Bendera walondera mu kitundu kye bayita Kitunga. Twatuuseeyo ku ssaawa zabadde 2 n'ekitundu nga tewalina kiraga nti wanaabawo okulonda. Wabula oluvannyuma okuyitawo essaawa kumpi 3:40 kubanga ebikozesebwa byaleeteddwa ku ssaawa zabadde 4 n'eddakiika 41 ez'okumakya. Era abantu babadde bali mu kwesansabaga nga n'abasinga abadde bakedde nga bagala balonde baddeyo ne bagamba wanyuwaawo bawuko basobodde okugenda ku ssaawa nga 3.
Haruna, njagala twogere ku kya obujjumbize mu kulonda. Obadde mu disitulikiti y'Entungamo, abantu beeyo okulonda bakujjumbidde newankubadde nga bw'oyogedde nti wabaddewo okusoomooza naddala mu kutuusibwa ebikozesebwa ekikeerezi. Abantu bamaze ne baddamu ne bajjumbira okulonda oba babadde bamuswaba?
Okusinziira ku disitulikiti eno nebyenanoonyereza kubonako olwajjo yemu ku disitulikiti ezirina obuwagizi obungi obwa bannakibiina kya NRM. Era okulonda okwago okwa 2021 kusinzira kuba kwenabuuzizaako abantu b'omu kino kino bangambye nti bakujjumbira nnyo naye ku bundi guno ne wandibadde nga nti bandibadde baagala okujjumbira abantu baakedde nga baagala balonde badde bakola emirimu gyabwe kati omuntu yaze ku ssaawa emu n'ekitundu nezituuka ssaawa 3 nnya nga tannalonda yabadde alina okuva mu kifo n'addayo awaka okuva ku ssaawa 4 tuuka ssaawa 5 okulonda kutandikidde abantu badde bamuswaba nnyo era ngenzeko mu kitundu kimu kyokka wensanze layini y'abantu waliwo polling station ewano mu tawuni wakati mu Ntunga municipality ne kwendikuota za Kajjara wensanze abantu abwera 30 nga bali mu layini
akasembayo Aruna nkute
bajumbidde kulonda
Aruna akasembayo nkute okubala obulu kutandise mitundu ebyentungamo
kwatandise dda kubanga kutegeeza nti abantu bajumbidde baisaawa 10 bantu bali batanze kubanga batasobola okujaganya abamu kwabo abatusubira nti kandidate waabwe ooli awo akoleze ki akulembeddemu mu polling stations nnyini ze balondeddemu ezo naye nga n'obudde buno nyinyini mbadde nimukuva kwetukola nja kukka wansi eno ng'endulo etandise ey'amaanyi eri abantu kubanga
wewa tujja kuba tukweyongeza amawulire gaffe agaddako ebyo byebiri entungamo atulaba ku UBC Shaidati obiwulidde ebiri eyo abantu tebajjumbidde kulonda
nejempisa eyo babadde sibe bano abangi wasobola ogamba nti abantu bakubye akalulu kituufu ddala balonze abakulembeze baabwe okujjukizaako ebifo 8 nsonyiwa katono abakulembeze 8 be babadde besimbyewo tumanyi nti waliyo owa ANT yeyo Haruna gyabadde General Mugisha Muntu owa Alliance for National Transformation tubadde ne President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni alondedde asudde akaluluke mwabo mwetugenda okujja omuwanguzi musaawa 48
kale njagala twogereko ne munaffe Sula Kagugube ali mu bitundu by'Entebe atubuulire okulonda nga we kutambudde erudde eyo. Sula Kagugube oli butereevu ku UBC, njagala otubuulire ekiri Entebe okulonda kutambudde kutya okuva we bwakeeredde, abantu bajjumbidde tebajjumbidde era okubala obululu kutandise ebuuyi eyo.
Neyanza nnyo muganda wange mwanyinaze mundabire saidi awo omulabi waffe tukwanirizaako nnyo ku UBC TV naye kyenjagala okutegeeza nti okutwaliza awamu mu bitundu by'Entebe okulonda okutambulidde ddala bulungi nnyo gye zaaweredde essaawa 12 n'ekitundu abalonzi babadde batandise dda okwewa mu bifo omulonderwa era nga kyenkana ebirondesebwa oba ebikozesebwa mu kulonda byonna byabasanzeewo naye nga mu bifo ebisinga obungi ebikozesebwa byatuuse ku ssaawa 2 n'ekitundu ez'okumakya kino ne kireetawo okukandaaliramuko so ng'abalonzi mu bitundu bino batuuse ate ne batandika okwewunya ate lwaki okukandaalira kuno kuzzeewo ng'ate babadde basazeewo keera okukola ki okulaga obwagizi bwabwe eri abo be beetaaga. Ku Children's Park Entebe okulondayo kwatandikidde ddala leeti nno kyenkana ssaawa 4 eyasudde akalulu yatandise ssaawa nga 4 n'eddakiika 6 nekino kyaddiridde ate oluvannyuma lwa abakakiiko k'ebyokulonda saaku n'abakulu mu munisipaali y'Entebe okwesogga akafubo okusalawo ku ki ekyokukola kubanga obuuma buno bwe bayita biometric machines bwabadde bugaanye okukola so ne bavawo n'eddoboozi eryawamu ne bagamba katukozese enkalala z'abalonzi okwekebejja oli kasajja n'akakongeke asobole okukola ki okulonda. Ku polling station eno yennyini eya Children's Park n'omu ku beesimbyewo Shaka Stephen Gashaija ali ku kadi ya NRM wakubidde akalulu ke era n'ajjukiza abantu era n'abakalaatira okujjumbira okulonda kuno. Ono era agamba ku mulundi guno NRM yakuwangulya waggulu nnyo ebifo ebisinga obungi bakubiwuuta buva kubanga bekoze okuteekateeka okumala mu biseera bya kakuyege oba okuwenja akalulu.
Sula
sebo
twali mu kamyufu ka NRM
esebo
emivyo gyali mingi mu kitundu eky'Entebe naddala mu kulonda kwa kamyufu k'ekibiina kya NRM njagala onsiigire ku kifaananyi leero Ntebe abaddemu emirembe tewabadde nnyo okusika mu ggwana kulwanagana nga bwe kyali mu kamyufu.
Ku mulundi guno buli ayiseeko mu bitundu by'Entebbe oba buli agenze mu kifo awalonderwa avuddeyo yeewuunya engeri embeera gy'ebaddeyo tekibangako mu bitundu by'Entebbe embeera ebadde nzikakkamu nnyo ng'ogyeko ekyokutaataaganyizibwamuko okukerewamuko ebikozesebwa mu kulonda ate n'obuuma buno okusinga kubanga abasinga obungi newankubadde nti bagumiikiriza embeera eno ey'obuuma n'ekyokukeberera amannya gaabwe mu nkalana naye ate abamu ku bo bagenze batolotooma nga Sseggwanga enywedde amazzi amanaabe mu kukyalo kwekulidde nga bagamba ate akakiiko k'ebyokulonda katugamba tugenda obuuma buno bugenda okukebera mu lukalala kakebere ne density y'omuntu ono okumanya nti ddala mutuufu aze ne density kale naddala ab'oludda oluvuganya bakubye akalulu naye ne bagenda nga balina akabuuzo awo era ebibuuzo ebisinga obungi babikira akakiiko ak'ebyokulonda okujjako kyenjagala okutegeezaako muganda wange n'omulabe waffe ategeere nti municipali y'Entebbe eno ekolebwa divisions 2 ku division oli kuno kuliko division A ne division B zino nno zonna nga zirina ebyala 24 n'ebifo omulonderwa 72 so abalonzi abamanyiddwa abo bawandiisibwa oba bali mu register y'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda emitwalo 68 naye mu municipali eno okuvuganya okw'amaanyi kuli wakati wa muna NRM Shaka Stephen Gashaija agikwatidde bendera ne munakibiina kya National Unity Platform Nabata Joyce Namuli saako n'omubaka Michael Kakembo Mbwateka Mwasalungu mu kiseera kino nga embaka aliyo w'ekibuga ky'Entebbe naye oyinza okulowooza nti ono ayinza okusanga akaseera akazibu kubanga abalonzi b'Entebbe bano omanyi muganda wange bazibu nnyo balina okulondalonda engeri gye beerundalondamu engeri giragira ku kaadi ya Nuupu mu kalulu akawedde ate n'asala eddiiro nadda ku Democratic abalonzi nno munnange bw'otunuulira
sula oba totandise kufuuka mulamuzi
sifuuse mulamuzi mbadde nkwebye naye eyo katukuddalyo sofa municipali y'Entebbe bweri naye njagala okutegeeza muganda wange ng'ovudde mu Ntebbe ate ku muliraano wano Busiro South oba Busiro Amaserengeta eyo nno muganda wange nene kubanga ekolebwa amagombolola 4 kuno kaliko kajansi gyolaba erimu ebifo awalonderwa 131 ne mubeeramu Katabi Town Council mu Katabi Town Council mu ne wabeerawo ebifo awalonderwa 144 ate uko kwotadde Kasanje n'ebifo omulonderwa 46 saako ne Bussi eri mu bizinga eyo site eyo kakati neno waliyo okuvuganya abavuganya bawererako ddala nno bwetandika bakumenyera omuwendo guyinza obutaggwayo
funzaamu
naye nga okufunzaafunzaamuko okuvuganya okw'amaanyi kuliwo omubaka aliyo mu kiseera kino munna Nuupu Charles Matovu ne munna NRM Opio Kenan kwe kuvuganya okw'amaanyi era betusinze okutunuulira ennyo mu Busiro South so ng'ogyeko abo mulimu n'abavuganya abalala kuliko Kikomeko Sawel ng'ono avuganya ku lulwe ng'omuntu
Sula katono nnyo kankusalemu awo njagala onsiigire ekifaananyi ku kubala obululu kuba manyi okulonda kuwedde mu bitundu ebisinga akalulu katandise okubalibwa mu bitundu eby'Entebbe
awo webale nnyo muganda yange ekibuuzo ekyo bw'oba oli awo ekyo buli omu kyalindirira akalulu ako nga sinaku buli oba katandise njaga kutegeeza nti Ntebbe nga yo municipality bw'oba oli awo ebyokwerinda by'eggwanga gye bisinziira ne biryoka bisaasaanira eggwanga nti akalulu kano bwe kabwedde okuba wakati w'essaawa 10 ne 10 ekitundu of course mulimu bannaffe ab'eŋŋombo ya Kalonde okakuuma ate okakole ki okabanje oba oli ababadde baagadde ate okutandika okutuukiriza ekyo kye beeyama naye ab'ebyokwerinda babagudde mu buufu era babatutte n'ennabugise mufungize so oluvannyuma lw'eddakiika nga 3 embeerezze mu nteeko era wenjogerera aba agenti baba beesimbyewo oba bakandidate ebakkirizibwa mu bifo awalondeddwa akalulu kano era nga okubala akalulu kutandise naye nga embeera ya bwerinde nnyo okusingako nga ne bwe gubadde emisana weno so embeera ya bwerinde nnyo newankubadde nti tewaliwo kajagalalo konna naye nga okutandise muganda wange
weewaawo tweyanyiza nnyo Sula Kagugube weebale nnyo weebalire ddala ndowooza ebifa mu municipali y'Entebbe obitegedde
ate oba oli awo ab'ebyokwerinda
Yes.
ne babanguyira ne gye mbadde ntambulira eyo
Yes.
obudde obw'okulonda okulonda kubadde kukyagenda maaso nga waliwo obujagalalo bangi ababadde bakola ki baagala ate okucyankalanya okulonda naye ab'ebyokwerinda babadde mu kitundu naddala mu bitundu awo ebyensambya lukuli eyo yonna leero ekyensinza okwagala mu kulonda okw'omulundi guno ab'ebyokwerinda babadde buli ndaala mu buli mbeera buli walonderwa buli munnayuganda abadde asuubira okukola akavuyo tasobodde kakola
katwogereko ne Farida Nanfuka ali mu bitundu by'e Bugisu mu district y'e Sironko atubuulire embeera nga bwefaanana ebuuyo eyo. Farida Nanfuka oli butereevu ku UBC tusiigire ekifaananyi mu bitundu by'Embale ne Sironko okulonda nga bwe kubadde kutambula olunaku olwaleero.
UBC olwaleero wano mu kitundu kya Bunazomi Chosen Church.
Yes.
Ono omu ku beesimbyewo okukulembeza kw'eggwanga Nathan Ndala Mafaabi mu Sironko walondedde. Kati essaawa eno bagenda mu maaso n'okubala akalulu. Naye okusinziira ku biriwo kiraga nti Museveni ne Nandala bakyapiisanya mu kalulu naye nga Museveni yabadde akyasinziza obululu obungi wano Nandala walondedde. Ndowooza mbateekereyo musooke muwulirize nga babala akalulu kano.
Tuweemu katono awo. Farida agezaako otuwa embeera nga bwefaanana okubala akalulu. Amaloboozi tegatuuka bulungi naye tuwe updates gwe nga kyolaba ekiri ku ground. No tuwe updates nga gwe bwogira amaloboozi tetugafuna bulungi gali wala.
Okusinziira nga ku kyenda abakyapiisanya waneno wano ku polling station walondedde akyali Museveni ne Nandala Mafaabi bye bakyapiisanya naye ng'okusinziira mu kutandika okubala akalulu kirabise nga Museveni abadde akyaleebya mu kitundu kya Mafaabi walondedde.
Farida mbadde nsaba kutusigira ku kifaananyi ekya okujjumbira okulonda mu bitundu by'obaddemu mu kitundu ky'e Bugisu mu district z'otambuddemu abantu bajjumbidde okulonda oba nedda?
Abalonzi bazze Kasoobo naye nga babaddewo. Bazze Kasoobo tebakutte okulondako kwennyini tekutandise mu budde. Tekutandise mu budde wano mu polling station gye nkozeeko omu ku beesimbyewo Mafaabi walondedde era Mafaabi yatuuseewo ssaawa nga 5 awo zigenderera kwera 5 era n'abasanga nga bakyeteekateeka abantu ne basimba layini awo ne batandika okulondesa ku ssaawa 5. Mafaabi alonzeeka ku ssaawa 6 awo ez'amalya g'ekyemisana awo ssaawa 6 awo zalondeddemu era n'abeera ng'atudde mu kifo kino akuumya akalulu era nga bw'abadde agenda ng'agamba abalonzi nga akuba kakuyege nti mubeere mu kifo ekirondebwamu mukuba akalulu kammwe mukuume distance ya kilomita 2 era ye abadde akituukiriza. Wano mu ggombolola y'e Busamaga mu parish y'e Bunazomi walondedde era abadde akyali wano n'awulirawo emirerembe mu kitundu ekirala n'ayolekera. Kati eyo gy'ayolekedde naye kennyini gyafunidde obuvune era bagenda mu maaso n'okubala akalulu wano yalondedde nga taliiwo ate nga yabadde yakyagadde kubanga yabadde akuumya akalulu ke. Kakati eyo gyatambulidde bamukubiddeyo amayinja wabaddeyo okulwanagana wakati w'abeesimbyewo okubaka wa Parliamentary omu eyeesimbyewo Nandala owa FDC eyeesimbyewo Reverend Magombe Jackson n'omulala abadde eyeesimbyewo mu kitundu bubaka bwa Parliamentary.
So ne wabeerawo okulwanagana.
Waddewo wakati okulwanagana wakati w'ababaka babiri abawagizi baabwe. Kati Mafaabi bw'avudde wano okugenda okulaba ekigenda mu maaso agudde wakati mu lutalo naye nakubwa nabo ne bakubwa era we twogerera bali ku poliisi ate nga bagenda bawandiika statement ku bibaddewo ate bakole ki balekere mu malwaliro naye kigambibwa nti okuba nti abadde agenda
kale awo ye Farida Nanfuka ali mitundu by'Embale mawulire si malungi nnyo nti bw'owulira nti presidential candidate abadde alina wagenda okutaakiriza embeera ate naakubwa amayinja n'akosebwa nkirabamu bibiri ekisookera ddala nti bwe waba nga waliwo akavuyo I don't think candidate weetaaga ogenda ku ground tegeeza aba security ab'ebyokwerinda bagende yes kuba kati presidential candidate bw'aba afunye obuvune kiba kitegeeza tiyayinza ogamba nti tebamukuumye bulungi
ekyo kituufu ate era weesanga nti ba presidential candidates abamu abakola ebintu by'okugenda ku polling stations oba we balondedde ate ne bagezaako okulaba nti nabo beetaba mu bakuuma akalulu oba oli awo n'okukakasa nti akalulu kaabwe kakuumibwa bulungi olumu baba baagala ndowooza kusiiga ggwanga kifaananyi kitali kirungi kubanga omuntu ng'oli mu kifo ekyokukulembera eggwanga eyo si yeyalibadde enkola
omanyi akalulu ebiseera ebisinga kanjawulo ate ekitundu ky'ebugisu nkyogerako olwakuba nti nali nkiwangaaliddemu nti abantu b'ebugisu bali so aggressive nti be bantu ebyabwe oyinza nobasanga ku malwa ne beekwata ebitogi ne beenyolanyola awo lwaki
ate nga amalwa gatabaganya
yes so kati obuzibu obuliwo nti ne mwami Nandala Mafaabi yenga y'omuntu ekyokuba nti avamu ekyo ekitundu ekyo tekimutaliza naye kye tusaba nti ekisinga obukulu gy'emirembe gwe candidate bw'onaakuma omuliro mu bantu balwanagane fine abantu bano gwogenda kuva bonoba owangudde ojje Kampala otule mu Parliament bano abantu bagenda sigala ku kyalo nga bakima ku borehole yemu amazzi bagenda ku luzi lwe lumu batuula mu nkiiko z'ebyalo oluusi nga tolinayo so nze mbadde nsaba tukulembeze mirembe
ebiseera bisinga owaba okusika omugu oba okulwanagana wonna tewabulawo afuna binuubule oba afuna obuvune ku mubiri so embeera eyo kyalibadde kirungi ate bannaffe abatukulemberamu ne balabika nti bajeewala olw'obulungi bw'abalonzi baabwe okubataasa embeera efaananako bwetyo kubanga bw'onyigiriza ennyo ennyindo evaamu omusaayi bw'onyigiriza omukuumaddembe oba osuubira ki
ayinza okunyiiga naye
Bashir manje njagala munnayuganda omusiigire ekifaananyi akalulu ka 2021 wakalaba walaba ebyagenda mu maaso kipya ki ekiri mu kalulu ka 2026 njawulo ki gy'olabawo
kyengenda okugaa kiri kimu 1 nti akalulu ka 2021 kaali kalulu ka njawulo kaali unique nti kagwamu mu biseera nga tuli mu muggalo ng'abantu tebakkirizibwa kutambula nnyo n'enkuŋŋaana zaali tezikkirizibwako bantu bangi bw'oba weetegereza nti n'okulonda kwennyini amateeka gaali mangi toyingira polling station nga tolina masiki sanitizer yaliwo n'ebintu ebirala ebiringa ebyo so oba weetegereza ku mulundi guno nti abantu bonna abagenzi okulonda tebabadde wana kibakugira kugenda kulonda ekyokubiri nti buli anoonya akalulu aweereddwa that platform okutambula asobole ogenda okutuuka ku mulonzi we waali asobole okugyayo akalulu ke ate bw'oba otunuulidde akalulu ka 2021 nti
bettanira nnyo enkola ya digito
n'ennoonya gye baali bakanoonyaamu teyali ng'eya luno nti abantu tebaatuuka nnyo ku bantu
ku luno babadde nju ku nju
so kati wano mubaddemu akalulu ka nju ku nju nga bw'otunuulira wano eno mu Kampala naddala wano mu Kampala Central abeesimbyewo basanga wansi eyo mu Kisenyi obasanga Kawempe obasanga so nze ndowooza akalulu kano kafaananye ng'obululu bwe twandyetaaze mu ggwanga nti okubeera n'akalulu nga tewali mbeera yonna eyinza batataaganya eyinza kulemesa muntu kulonda eyinza kulemesa muntu kunoonya kalulu ke so nze ndaba nga kabadde kanjawulo mukko
ate ku mulundi guli abakulembeze abaali beesimbyewo oba kyoyinza okugamba nti abaali beesimbyewo okuvuganya ku kifo ekyobukulembeze bw'eggwanga baali 11 ku 11 okwo 6 bajja ku bwannamunigina ku mulundi guno kyetutalabye nti buli azze okwesimba ku kifo abadde agira mu kibiina ekimutaba bw'otunuulira mwalimu ab'emyaka 24 okugeza John Katumba yagira ku myaka 24 ku luno tetukirabye yenjawulo endala ebaddewo
nze kisinze okunnuma oli mukyala enjawulo gye nandibadde nsooka okwagala okulanga you observe si bibiina bya bufuzi nti temulimu mukyala.
نحن في لواكر ومنذ 100 عام كنا دائما نحب الخير وبطريقتنا الخاصة لا نقبل إلا الإتقان ونريد أن تتم الأمور بالطريقة الأمثل ولا نحب التصنع لكن فقط طعم الطبيعة وقد نبدو جادين بعض الأحيان وبجهد أكبر كل شيء له طعم مختلف مثل كوادراتيني من لواكر مقرمشة ولذيذة بلا أدنى شك ولأن تقديم الخير هو اختيار شجاع منذ عام 1925 لواكر منبع الخير.
Gyalabika ng'obusobozi bwa ssente tebuliiwo emiliyoni 2 ez'okwewandisa. So nze ndowooza nti ebiseera ebisinga mu kalulu bwe kaba kazze ng'abantu bakkiriziddwa okwesimba kuba tuli mu nkola ya bibiina bingi. So wanga temuli independent yasobodde kujja I am happy nti ebibiina ebyenjawulo bisobodde okweexpressinga their ideas and ideologies era bagezaako kola ki okubanga banoonyeza akalulu bonna batambudde kuba ne Kasiba Ntemulaye ng'atambula.
Gwe tolowooza nti abajjira ku bwannamunigina baba oba oliawo olumu baba baagala kutaataganya bululu oba oliawo
abantu bangi oli abeeraawo nga takkiriza mu ndowooza ya NRM takkiriza mu ya FDC takkiriza mu yani yenna naye nga ye kyayagala aba ayagala ekintu kimu kubanga akola ekyo ekibiina kye kikola ki kyekyagala. So waliwo abantu abatakkiriza mu bibiina bya bufuzi era tebaagala kola ki nga tebaagala ku associating with political parties. Kuba ebiseera ebisinga ebibiina ensomesa yaakyo n'ebyekikulembeza n'ebyekigamba abalonzi oba abalonzi oba abawagizi b'ekibiina olumu bitera okuviira ko embeera eyinza okyankalanya eggwanga naddala mu byokwerinda. So nze ebiseera ebisinga sikkiriza mu bibiina bya bufuzi mba njagala nnyo omuntu najjayo endowooza ye yisiimidde ng'omuntu sigamba nti omuntu agenda kola ki agenda keera ku makya agenda alonde just because ali forced over njagala munalonda with a free mind.
Awo wenyini tubadde twagala kweyunga ku musasu waffe ali Rachtura Robert Onyango ate abe nga atubulira ekigenda maaso ebyembi tetunaba kusobola kumukwasa naye we tumufunira tugenda kuba tubamanyisa ebigenda maaso omukulembeze w'eggwanga gyalondedde na biki ebifaananako bwe bityo. Robert Onyango akadde konna agenda kuba atweyungako yadde ng'essaawa zino tukyagezaako okakasa nti tumufuna ku lukomo lw'essimu atubuulire biki ebigenda mu maaso.
Omanye embeera yakanayo kyani ey'okubala obululu ssaawa zino abantu abali mu field babeera batambula so tomusuubira ate jjukira n'abamu kati bali mu byalo network sinzibu so embeera bwetyo bwetambula akyatulaba ku UBC tugezaako okutegeeza ebyo ebigenda mu maaso mu ggwanga okulonda we kutandikidde of course abantu babadde bangi naye era gye tumalidde wabaddewo ensonga nyingi
okumufuna ku lukomo lw'essimu naye tetusobodde naye oba oliawo mu maaso kaawo nga tukutegeeza ebikyagenda mu maaso engeri y'okubala gye kutambulamu n'ebiringa ebyo. Onyango tusobodde omufuna era agenda kuba tusigira ekifaananyi ku biki ebiri Rachtura. Onyango
webale nnyo mwanyinaze Church n'abalabi ba UPC n'ekitativu obuulyawo abagoberera ebigenda mu maaso nga bw'oyogedde nkyali wano mu kitundu ekyekirukura okusingira ddala amakanda twagasimbye lwakitula nga wano omukulembeze w'eggwanga wendi ku ssomero lya Ruharo High School we yakubidde akalulu ke enkya ya leero. Oba oliawo bwe twogerera kati sayidi ati abalabi baffe nnyinza okubategeeza nti ebivudde mu kalulu akakubidde olunaku olwaleero bimaze okubalirwa wano ku ssomero lya Ruharo polling station ey'Erwakitula nga wano omukulembeze w'eggwanga walondedde. Njagala okusigira ekifaananyi nti Pulezidenti Kaguta Museveni mu byakalangirirwa ebyenkomeredde awangudde wano n'obululu 589 olwo nno ne wabaawo obululu 5 obufudde. Bali abalala abeesimbyewo oyinza okumbuuza bakoze batya. Njagala okwanguyizaako nti ku wano tewaliiwo mulala afunyewo akalulu okuggyako Pulezidenti Kaguta Museveni. Munjogera ennyangu nti obwafudde businze obwabo abali bavuganya mwami Yoweri Kaguta Museveni era ng'obululu bwonna nga buwulidde nkugamba nti 589 bwonna bugenze wa candidate ow'ekibiina ki NRM Yoweri Kaguta Museveni era nga okulonda okwo kutambudde kati nno tuli mu kubala obululu bwa babaka ba Parliamentary era ng'ate wano nawo tuli mu kubala bululu.
Osobodde okumanya omuwendo gwasinze gwafunye?
Ddamu ekibuuzo ekyo.
Osobodde okumanya omuwendo gwa Pulezidenti Yoweri Kaguta Museveni gwafunye we balondedde?
Weewo wennyini kyenkugamba nti Pulezidenti Museveni afunye obululu 589.
Bameka balina okulonderawo?
Ababadde balina okulonderawo bw'ogattako 5 obufudde be balonze 594 era be babadde balina okulonda ekitegeeza nti balonze era nga Pulezidenti Museveni n'avaawo n'obululu obwo bwenkugambye 589 nti obufudde bwebwo 5 ne buweza omuwendo ogw'obululu omugatte ewamu gwa bululu 594 era nga be balonzi abadde balina okulonda era be balonze.
Embeera yeetambudde bulungi?
Embeera tusiibye olunaku lwa bukkakkamu abantu balonze mu mirembe weewaawo abadde okutataaganyizibwa mu buuma obwo obadde bulina okwekenneenya okakasiza ddala nti ekinkumu kya Saidaati oba kya Onyango wabula kisobodde okutegeezebwa era ng'omukulembeze w'eggwanga bw'akyogeddeko ettuntu lya leero nti abadde walema olugalo wakiri ng'ate feesi bagizuula nga yeeyo wabula ate mu mbeera ng'obuuma tebukoleddeeko ddala ba agenti baabo bonna abeesimbyewo bakanyiza okusunsula abantu nga beeyambisa enkola eya bulijjo gye tubadde tukozesa mu kalulu akawedde okakasa nti Saidaati mulonzi w'oku kitundu ekyo. Ekyokubiri ali mu lukalala lw'abalonzi endagamuntu ebimwogerako n'ebyo byaleese byebyo n'akakombe kali ke baatuwa edda ka voters slip nga kalambika bulungi buli kimu ekikwatako ne wewolina okulondera abantu ekika ekyo bakkiriziddwa okulonda era tewabaddewo kaayana nti oba oliawo n'okwemulugunya okuva ku nsonga eyo.
Kale weewaawo Onyango tujja kuba tukweyongeza gye bujjako eyo webale kutusiigira kifaananyi embeera bwetambudde Erwakitula ne tusobola okumanya ebigenze mu maaso era ne kitegeerako nti omukulembeze w'eggwanga Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ate walondedde yaleebezza bonna babadde avuganya nabo era kyenkana bali tebafunyeewo kalulu n'obwonoonese businze obwabo ate abalonze obululu obwo ne busazibwamu. Tugenda kuba tufuna Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu omukulembeze w'ekibiina kya National Unity Platform ate abenga tumanya ebitambudde gyalondedde na biki ebigenda mu maaso. Wano tetugenda kususaawo ne Bashel Chibedi ebisingakaawo ogenda kuba obyekkaanya buli kimu nga bwe kikyatambula okubala obululu kugenda kutya neera n'ebyo byonna byewetaaza okumanya. Naye Oluganda lukyagenda mu maaso ogenda kuba okyafuna buli kimu ekifa mu ggwanga awalondeddwa butereevu ku mpewo ya UBC TV. Nate era nze Shaidat Nasaku.
nkulisaayo nate bannayuganda bonna okuva mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebyenjawulo abakedde olunaku olwaleero ne bagenda okusuula akalulu. Nkujjukiza nti olunaku olwaleero kulembeze w'eggwanga n'omubaka akiika obutereevu mu Parliamentary n'omubaka omukyala akiikirira omubaka omukyala ku disitulikiti. Naye nga wetwogerera okubala akalulu kutandise mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebyenjawulo era wenna wooli tega amatu n'amaaso wano ku lutimbe gadde UBC TV tube nga tukutusako ebiri mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebyenjawulo ng'okubala ebivudde mu kalulu kugenda eyakedde n'ogenda okulonda gy'otabadde eyakedde n'ogenda okulonda gy'otabadde ogenda kuba obiraba wano. Kati nzikiriza ntandike nakutte bendera y'ekibiina kya NRM ku bwa pulezidenti naye olunaku olwaleero akedde
I make them say wow. I make them say, I make them say, I make them say wow.
Did not send the particulars of the operators to the machines. So I checked, they are saying that some of them, even by this morning, had not sent their biodata. By this morning, some were sending by 9. Was this deliberate? We are going to check that. So when I started checking by 8, 9, people started ringing me. The machines are working in a few places, in other places they are not working. So the Electoral Commission proposed, and I had to support it, because people have gathered from morning, from 7, that we vote manually, because it was not correct for people to just go home. But why there was a delay by people to send the biodata to the machines? I know people who cheat, opposition. Last time they got 2.7 million votes by cheating. But this time we are also very, very alert. Although the machines have not worked well, we have got other measures which we are following up. So this is, since you are rumor mongers, this is not a rumor, these are true stories which I have told you. I can answer a few questions.
Buterevu kakati oyo nno yakutte ebbendera y'ekibiina kya NRM olumaze okusuula akalulu ke n'ayogerako ne bannamawulire. Ye akutte ebbendera eya Revolutionary People's Party Frank Abrira naye asudde akalulu ke ng'akasuulidde Ndeeba era tutegeezezza embeera bw'eyimiridde katumulabe.
Nakedde ku makya nabadde wakulonda ssaawa 3 kati ssaawa 3 n'eddakiika 22 naye tewali kigenda mu maaso. Tuse ku polling station yange mu Ndeeba wano katale k'Ekibuye Kasumba zone naye tewali de 10 abandi badde nga bamaze n'okulonda. Tewali yalonze, tewali gwe baverifyinze. Wabula bo batugambye nti waliwo ensonga eri technical nga obuuma buno buntisaaba abamu balina national IDs ezitali validated ezitatuukagana na bisaanizo. Kano kamu ku kodi obulaga nti akalulu kano baakayingiramu naye nga tebakeetekekedde oba nga tebakaagala kabeerewo. Kubanga abantu okutandika okulonda ssaawa 6 ate nga n'essaawa 6 tetumanyi kyoba zinaatuuka batandise. Tuli mu mbeera tetumanyi kikikiddako. Embeera eno eriwo essaawa eno butereevu egenda kutataaganya results ezivudde mu by'okulonda. Tetumanyi nti oba bo balinayo obululu bwabwe bwe beetegekedde nga bwe bagenda okuteekawo obujjuulirize.
Oyo nno Frank Abrira kakati bwe twolekera ye akutte ebbendera y'ekibiina kya NUP. Robert Kyagulanyi Sentamu akalulu ke akasuulidde Magere ng'ali wamu ne mukyala we Katobirabe.
Bakwatiddwa abalala bayigibwa okwetolola eggwanga mu Western Uganda ne mu Northern Uganda. Ba agenti baffe abasinga obungi babakutte ng'omwo mwe muli ne Deputy President waffe Jole Jacqueline Tukamushaba owa Western Uganda bamukutte. Tutegezeddwa nti abagoberedde emmotoka emutute y'ekika kya drone bamulabye nga bamuvuga bamutwala mu barracks. Coordinator waffe Western Uganda Bright Muhumuza naye yawambiddwa olunaku lw'eggulo tetumanyi gyali, n'abalala bangi nnyo mu Western Uganda ne mu Northern Uganda. Presiding officer bonna abasirikale ba SFC be baataddewo okuddukanya okulonda era nga bituze tubagamba nti mwambya Bakamasi ali mitambo gy'okulonda kuno wabula amagye gawambye okulonda. Mwenna bannamawulire nkakasa essaawa eno mwakitegedde da nti ebyuma bye baleeta bya BVVK tebikola. Sente nyingi biliyoni ne biliyoni ez'omu omusolo ezagenda okugula ebyo ebyuma nga bagambye ebyo bigenda okuyamba okwewala okubba obululu tebikola. So abantu balonda manually. Naye newankubadde biri bwe bityo bannayuganda tubakonze era twongera obbakunga okugenda okulonda ate babeerewo bakuuma akalulu kaabwe kuba bo bennyini basobola okyekolera. The main reason why they are arrested is that they are working with me. I've been waiting for arrest for a long time. So I won't be shocked when I'm placed under arrest. And that is why I have spent the last 3 months and 2 weeks telling people not to rely on me or my physical presence, but to take charge of their country. And we've been encouraging every Ugandan to be a Kyagulanyi. I spent all these 3 months trying to demystify myself and my presence. but showing the people of Uganda that they can singularly and collectively.
Weewaawo omusasi waffe awo ng'ali Magere kaakati ye yakutte bendera ya Common Man's Party Mubaraka Munyagwa Sserunga ye naye asudde akalulu k'olunaku olwaleero ng'akasuulidde Makerere ey'okubiri mu Kawempe era katubirabe.
Okulonda ku Makerere zooni tu kutambudde bulungi wadde nga kutandise kikerezi olw'ensonga ezitategeerekese.
Ku ssaawa emu z'ennyini ez'okumakya abalonzi mu luka bwa Makerere Zone 2 mu division y'e Kawempe South babadde bamaze okutuuka mu kifo awalonderwa ekiyitibwa Community Center. Wadde nga bano bakutte obudde balaze obwennyamivu oluvannyuma lw'okulonda okutandika ekikerezi okusinziira ku ssaawa ezaalambikibwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda.
Ebyuma biddireyinzeemu katonotono simanyi kiki kigenda mu maaso tuli wano tuguumadde.
Naye twesanze nga tuli mu ssaawa 2:02 tewannabaawo kigenda mu maaso nga twesanze amabaafu tegaliiwo amabaafu gazze ate n'ebirala tetumanyi bigenda mu maaso oba bayiro oba biki kati tetumanyi lwaki tuddireyinza okulonda.
Waliwo kiro talisirimusa ameka tezina byakola
zigenze okwera ssaawa 4:36 ez'okumakya ng'okulonda mu kitundu kino kutandika era ng'abalondesa basaba okudda ebikozesebwa ebibadde mu bokisi enzirugavu. Wadde nga akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kaali kalambika okukozesa obuuma bukalimagezi bu biometric voters kits bulo tebulabiseeko mu kitundu kino.
Ku ssaawa 6 n'ekitundu n'omubaka Mubaraka Munyagwa avuganya ku bwa pulezidenti naye azze n'asuula akalulu ke.
Munyagwa anenyeza akakiiko k'ebyokulonda olw'okulagajjalira omulimu gwako bwe kyatuuse ku buuma obukozesebwa.
Electoral Commission terina buyinza bususpendinga tteeka lya byakulonda noga lino tulijeewo obuuma buveewo. You get the point? Yes, njagala abantu bakitegeere nti already waliwo non-compliance eya electoral laws mu mateeka bwe tukiyita nti waliwo etteeka ly'okulonda kati etali mu kugobererwa kubanga singa bwajjanga decoration oba kunyumisa bunyumisa tebanditaddewo tteeka naye katuyire etteeka eriragira nti obuuma bukole ki bukole.
Munyagwa mu mbeera n'agamba nti kiyinza okubabeerera ekizibu okukkiriza ebinaava mu kulonda.
Amateeka bwe gataagobererwe ne tulaba nga tegagobereddwa ffe n'ebivudde mu kulonda tugenda birwanyisa n'okubiwakanya. Bw'onootuuka
badde ebingi mu kalulu kano.
Kino ekintu kyaweebwa ekiseera ekigere n'olw'ensonga eyo walibaddewo okweteekateeka okumala bate ensonga si ya senta
yenna gwe kikwatako nsaba busabi
ensonga si ya senta
yenna gwe kikwatako nsaba busabi ku kulonda okuddako ng'okw22 27 leka ebikozesebwa bijje ntandikira mu budde ate ne tumaliriza mu budde.
Ekifo ky'obwa pulezidenti kivuganyizibwako abantu 8 nga tekisigalidde akakiiko k'ebyokulonda okulangirana n'abalidde mu bannakendo. Nze Rebecca Nantongo e Makerere.
Oyo omusasi waffe Rebecca Nantongo abadde Makerere kaakati ye muna NPP Robert Kasiba. Mukyala wabadde omukulembeze w'eggwanga Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Mama Janet Kataha olunaku olwaleero alonze ng'abadde mu disitulikiti ey'Entungamo ng'era alonze ku ssaawa 5 n'eddakiika 59 nga yeegatiddwako abantu ab'enjawulo nga balonda olunaku olwaleero. oyo Mama Janet Museveni ng'alonda olunaku olwaleero era ng'alondedde mu disitulikiti y'Entungamo. Ye Katikkiro wa Buganda Charles Peter Mayiga akubirizza abakulembeze abana bakwasiddwa obuvunaanyizibwa okuweereza obulungi Bannayuganda. Okwogera bino abadde Lweza ku luguudo lw'Entebbe oluvannyuma lw'okulonda ng'ali ne mukyala we.
Ku ssaawa 4 ebikozesebwa mu kulonda bituuse kyokka ne wabaawo okutaataganyizibwa kw'obuuma obukozesebwa wadde ng'oluvannyuma bwe bamaze ne batandika okulonda. Ku ssaawa 5:30 kati ne mukyala we batuuse ewalondebwa nga bawuubira ku balonzi kossa n'okubalamusa. bw'amaliriza ayogeddeko eri eggwanga mwategeerezza abantu ki omuntu kyasuubira singa aba amaliriza okulonda mwagambidde nti mubaamu okusanyukira obuwanguzi ate n'okwennyamira eri abaawanguddwa.
Naye okulonda kikulu yeetegekera okujaga mizannyo wabaawo awangula n'awangulwa.
Katikkiro mu ngeri y'emu agambye nti okulonda nga kuwedde abalonzi basuubira be balonzi okutuukiriza bye babalondedde okusinga bwe baleka abalonzi mu bbanga nga tebalina kye babakoledde. Mayiga ayogedde nti abalonzi bonna mu ggwanga baba basuubira ebintu ng'ebyobulamu, ebyenjigiriza n'enkulaakulana ez'enjawulo okugenda mu maaso.
Okulaba ebyenjigiriza nga bitereera, okulaba ebyobujjanjabi nga bitereera. Abantu baagala malwaliro agalimu abasawo, agalimu ebyuma, agalimu eddagala. Okulaba nti emirembe gibukala, ebyo ebintu abantu bye batunuulidde. Wano ffe mu Buganda ensonga ssemasonga ettaano tetuzivaako, era bonna abalondeddwa ku bukulu obw'okuntikko ku bubaka bwa Parliament balabe nga ebiruubirirwa byaffe babissaamu ekitiibwa. Ebyo bye tusuubira mu abo bonna abanaabawangudde.
Mu kifo kino awalonderwa Katikkiro yeebazizza abalonzi olw'obukkakkamu.
Ne bw'obaayo yonna ky'otama
nyangu ereetawo ebyo wabula naawe akakiiko k'ebyokulonda amagezi okutereeza mu nteekateeka.
Ebyokulonda kalina bingi ebyokutereeza. Ndowooza ebyuma bino ebya tekinologiya byajja kikeerezi okwegeza.
أنا أربي عيالي على الجودة وأختار مربى العلالي لأنها أجود مربى محضرة من الفاكهة الطبيعية. أنا مربية الأجيال، أنا ماما. علالي.
Ekitundu.
Lukange kubanga dembe lyange nga Munnayuganda, dembe lyo nga Munnayuganda si wa constitutional right okulonda omukulembeze gw'oyagala. Nonze abakulembeze okuva ku president ara mmanyi nti muteebye gwe nonze. Nonze member wa parliament nkimanyi mumanyi gwe nonze ate nange neneeronda. Buvunaanyizibwa bwa muli Munnayuganda okukola ekyo. Bw'otakikola osanga bakuleetedde abakulembeze oba oli awo abatasobola kuweereza, oba oli awo abatasobola kutuusaako obuweereza nga bwe kirambikiddwa mu ssemateeka wa Uganda. So kyenkoze abalonda abatannalonda banaye muve mu nnimiro mudduke emisinde mujje tulonde akalulu kano kubanga kansonga. Akalulu kano k'ensonga. Akalulu kanu niyo entabiko entobo y'enkulaakulana ya Uganda. Habwokuba Uganda hati tuli mu middle income status lower middle income status lower. Nicho bagamba a qualitative leap in terms of development. Tukwenda kweyongera kulaakulana. Tukwenda abantu ba bulijjo buli muntu yeyagalira mu nsi ye. N'abatakafunira za PDM tukujja kufuna. Abatakafunira emyoga mukujja kuifuna. Abaana baitu bakujja kusoma. Abarwaire tukujja kulwana. Abaana tubaitwire ekizibu ky'amasomero ga primary na senior ni baba charginga illegal fees. Ne bekwasa abasomesa omu manifesto yaitu. Yeah.
We are now deciding for the presidential candidate of the Republic of Uganda 2026-2031 and also the woman MP for Kakumiro district and other members of parliament, because this constituency of Ganga is West, we have not had elections of the Member of Parliament for the constituency because I was unopposed. We have 2 votes, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the woman MP. So far the turn-up has been good. People came as early as 7. The first voter was here at 6:30. As early as 7 they were here. They turned up in big numbers. If you came here in the morning, the turn-up was so high. And as we speak now, when you check in the registers there, so far 90% have already voted. 90% of the voters have already.
Wow, kakati tugenda kwegatta ku munnaffe Jethro Kasai ali ewategekeddwa okubalirwa obululu obw'eggwanga bwonna era agenda kubatubuulira embeera eyimiridde etya biki ebigenda mu maaso era katwegatteko Jethro Kasai. Jethro
okubeera enteekateeka yonna amakanda atugatadde wano Irubowa mu kifo ekyateekebwawo akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kagenda okusinziira okulangirira ebinaaba bivudde mu kulonda kubanga obudde buno okusinziira ku mateeka ssentebe w'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda omulamuzi Simon Yakama yategeeza nti ku ssaawa nga 10:11 ebintu oba obululu obunaaba bubaliddwa okuva mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebyenjawulo bujja kutandika okubanga butuuka mu kifo kino kyennyini naye nga butuuka butya nga buyita mu mbeera eyokozesa ebyuma bikalimagezi kubanga ekitongole ekivunaanyizibwa mu kugatta abantu kino ekyannira kirina enteekateeka ey'enjawulo gye kyateekawo okulaba nga ko nga akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kasobola okweyambisa enteekateeka eyo okutegeeza akakiiko ku biki ebinaaba bivudde mu disitulikiti ez'enjawulo ne mu byalo ne mu bitundu ebirala okwetoola eggwanga. Jjukira nti mu kifo kino we bagenda okusinziira okulangirira ani anaabera pulezidenti w'eggwanga Uganda. Okuva enteekateeka we yatandikidde mu budde obw'okumakya ekifo kino kyonna kibadde kikkakkamu naye gye bugenza okubeera nga ate buwungeera. Tutandise okulaba ate ku deployment nga yeyongeddemuko okuva mu bitongole ebikuumaddembe military police nayo weeri nnyo, poliisi weeri, bannamagye teekako n'abamakomera bonna ekigendeerwa kyakulaba nga bakuuma emirembe mu kitundu. Jjukira akakiiko k'ebyokulonda ne poliisi baavayo ne bategeeza nti bagenda kuba mwaganya gwonna muntu yenna alowooza nti obaoli awo anaatabangula emirembe. Kakati olunaku olwaleero akakiiko k'ebyokulonda komishoni yonna abakulu abakola akakiiko gabakulembera omulamuzi Simon Byabakama emmotoka zaabwe zatandise dde okutuuka akabonero akalaga nti obaoli awo obudde bwonna bajja kutandika okututegeeza ku biki ebinaaba bigenze mu maaso. Abaali bagoberera okulonda okwasembayo mu mwaka gwa 2021 bw'obujjukira bulungi mu mwaka ogwo twali mu bitundu by'ekyambogo nga tubaweereza era enteekateeka yali yeefaanaanyiriza ng'egenda mu maaso wano olunaku olwaleero. Simon Byabakama ajja kuba ajja n'abantu be okutegeeza omuzungu kyandiise update ku mbeera bw'enaagenda okuba nga ate etambula ku biki na bubaka ki obunaagenda mu maaso n'okuba nga butuuka okusinziira mu kaseera akagere akanaaba kateereddwawo. Kakati ekyo kyetusinze okulinda okulaba kinaaba kitya, banaakireeta batya. Bannayuganda balina okuba nga ate beekuumira ku UBC ne Star TV okulaba nga ate balinda obubaka obw'enjawulo. Mu kiseera kino omulamuzi Byabakama ye yekka akkirizibwa kaakati okubaako nekyategeeza eggwanga ku nteekateeka egenda maaso olunaku olwaleero kubanga wiiki zetukubye emabega akakiiko kaatubuulira nga beeteeseteese obulungi enteekateeka nga bwe zitambula obulungi n'okulaba nti bannayuganda bamanya ekituufu ku kutya babasaanye okuba nga ate bagoberera ebirina okuba nga ate bikolebwa wadde ngera mu bifo ebimu waliwo okwo batandise ekikeerezi olw'ebyuma ebyo ebikebera ekinkumu okulaba lwaki naye ng'ate tebadde ensonga wabula bw'oba nga ate oli mu lukalala luli olw'abantu abakkirizibwa okulonda luyitibwa olwa National Voter Register ogenda mu maaso n'okuba ng'olonda kasita oba ng'oweza emyaka 18 ate era nga oweereddwa ne voter slip ekukkiriza okulondera mu kifo ekitali kimu. Kakati ngenda kuba ate nyumyamuko ne Dr. Pastor Serwadda atuwe endowooza ye enteekateeka eno agiraba etya y'omu ku bakulu abazenga bakunga abantu bakubiriza bannayuganda okuba n'emirembe okulonda nga tewali kavuyo obubaka obwo kubanga jjukira bannaddiini bano bakola kyamaanyi nnyo okulaba nti obubaka bwe batuusa ku bantu basumba abantu bangi kakati gwe munnayuganda oba osaanye okumanya ku kiki ekisaanye okubeera nga kikolebwa. Dr. Pastor Solwadan Nsabojje oyogereko eri eggwanga oli butereevu ku UBC TV mawulire gaffe UBC leero eggwanga lyagala okumanya oli munnaddiini muzenga muyisa obubaka bungi eri eggwanga Uganda eri bannayuganda bonna okulaba nga olunaku olwaleero bakola ekyo basaanidde okubanga kikolebwa gwenga munnayuganda enteekateeka etambudde nga bw'ogisuubidde. Ntandise naawe.
Neyanziza nze Dr. Joseph Solwadan nkulembera balokole mu ggwanga lino ndi nkolera wamu ne kibiina ekya Interreligious Council of Uganda era nyimiridde wano mu kapasite yange ng'omu ku ba co-chairman ab'ekitongole ekyo. Saabalabirizi Samuel Kazimba Mugalu mbeere observer mu kulonda kuno naye ng'oggyeko ebintu ebiri technical ebyatutabukidde ku makyawo nti ebyuma ebyali biteekwa okulaga abalonzi amannya gaabwe n'ebifo bye balondera okuba nti byatutabukidde naye bisigadde nze sirabyewo buzibu kubanga abantu nze yonna gye mpitidde babadde bakkakkamu babadde baagala kimu kyokka kuba kalulu kyokka kibadde kibaluma nga babalwisa temujja kkakuba nze kakubye essaawa nga zigenda kuwera 6 ng'ebudde nekika nga 5 zokka naye nga yonna gye mpitidde abantu badde baagala kimu kyokka kuba kalulu kaabwe boogera omutima gwabwe so sirabyeko ku bantu bawuggana abayomba abavaamu amaloboozi amasongovu sibalabyeko nedda nsinze kulaba abantu bakkakkamu babatudde abalindirira okutuuka lwe batugambye nti nedda ekisaliddwawo nti abantu abalala basazeewo nti tugende na voters register eyaffe ey'empapula eri ey'edda kakati awo kitegeeza bakebera erinnya lyo ne bakusangamu era wenti bwenkubya akalulu.
Dr. bwe twali tumalako omwaka mwategeka okusaba okutali kumu naye ng'ekigendwa kyakulaba nti bannayuganda babeera n'emirembe essaala eyo gye mwasaba tukitwale nti etuukiridde.
Katonda yatuzeemu lwa bintu bibiri. 1 okuba nti tutuuse wano
yeggyeko internet simanyi buti oba osobodde okumanyako kubiri mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebirala ebyenjawulo kikuyisiza kitya kikukosezza kitya ku nteekateeka eno eriwo eya demokrasiya eyogerwako?
Okujjako internet kikosa kubanga tubadde tugimanyidde olw'okuba nti yenkola y'emirimu empuliziganya ya buli ngeri ate nga ya kiseera tuyita real time ekyo kyalumye naye okigerageranya ne magnitude ya exercise mwe bakoledde ekyo